How's it going, everybody? We are back. Hope everyone's having a good-ass day today. We're gonna jump right into it. We're just gonna jump right into it. I hope everybody's having a good-ass day. We were playing this yesterday. We are playing it today because it is Warhammer Wednesday, as always. So, we are just gonna be gaming today. Just having a jolly old time. And yeah. By the way, I want to thank Active Mars 828 for the follow from yesterday. They followed 19 hours ago after we stopped stream, right after the shout-out from Redclaw. Big shout-out to Redclaw, he's awesome. And shout-out to Active Mars, you are also awesome. I hope to see you around today. But... let's do some trading and roguing before we jump into... Well, let's do some trading before we jump into the roguing. Yes, that's what I meant to say. Words. They're difficult sometimes. Alright, we got a needle pistol here. Which would definitely not be bad. This applies fatigue. Same as this. Has a lowered dodge chance. So if she has these two, she can actually shoot both guns per turn. I would actually like to have a second needle pistol, but it's not a bad setup. And then yeah, she can have the fusion gun as her backup. Sure, why not? This shield, what do you give compared to the other stuff? Kind of seems like it just gives the base stuff. I mean, it doesn't look bad, but it's like it's literally just a regular old shitty shield. So, let's proceed. Alright, what are we doing? We're gonna go to Dargonus to do this stuff there. Here to see some police brutality. That's what I like to hear. I'm probably gonna jump right into the, well, we're gonna talk to Achilles. Do you want to check the we can check the administratum first, actually. Yeah, we've got our psyker, our bounty hunter, Cassia, our officer, our second officer, and our soldier. Sure, let's go. Let us explorate. I do wonder if Solomon is going to provide some ability to bypass the administratum, or if he's just gonna say, no. The Lex demands. Welcome to the Palace of the Adeptus Administratum. Identifying your lordship. Please, follow me. Not too many petitioners today. Last week they had to put on an extra shift to cope with the crowds. Checking coordinates. Continue in this direction to reach your destination. Your visit has been logged. Ooh, goodies. Yoink. Get robbed. Pussy. What's this? Chronicle of Case. The parchment looks grease-marked and old, as though it has passed through many a pairs of hands. Servant of the Imperium, Elias Tantanal, filed a declaration with the Adeptus Administratum that he is the sole heir of House Tantanal and the legal sovereign of the northern continent of the planet Ergona Rex. According to the submission, Elias Tantanal cannot exercise his right to this inheritance, as the wider family tree includes an individual who shares his full legal name. According to the petitioner, this individual is his great-grandfather. Given the loss of documents confirming the death of the second claimant to the inheritance, Elias Tantanal is petitioning for confirmation of this relative's death and permission for the enactment of his inheritance rights. Petition received. Preliminary review period up to 15 Terran years. Forwarded for review. 23 Terran years, 4 cycles from date of submission. Okay, so it was submitted 4 cycles later, and 23 years of review. Request for a copy of the death certificate of Elias Tantanal sent to the archive of the Departamento Monitorum. 28 years, 2 cycles from date of submission. Oh, wait, no. It was 23 years and 4 cycles from the date of submission. Okay, so there's 23 years, and the cycles are usually days. Sometimes it's weeks, sometimes it's months. It's hard to be certain, but let's say it's days. Let's say these are 24-hour periods, and each of these is 365 cycles, basically. And then this is 28 years, 2 cycles from date of submission. So this is after this. This is the submission. Request rejected. 39 Terran years, 11 cycles from date of submission. Actually, it might need months. Second request sent to the archive. 44 Terran years, 4 cycles from date of submission. Request approved. 52 Terran years from date of submission. After 48 repeated petitions from Elias Tantanal, a third request was sent to the archive. 79 Terran years, 7 cycles from date of submission. Copy of death certificate of Elias Tantanal, great-grandfather to the petitioner, received. 84 Terran years, 6 cycles from date of submission. Documents forwarded for formulation of decision granting permission for the enactment of the inheritance rights of Elias Tantanal, sole heir of his house and legal sovereign of the northern continent of the planet Ergona Rex. 101 Terran years, 5 cycles from date of submission. Death of Elias Tantanal recorded by servants of the Adeptus Administratum. Place of death, Q16, Wills, Legacies, and Inheritances. Waiting Hall, Palace of the Adeptus Administratum, Dargonus. 106 Terran years, 2 cycles from date of submission. Death certificate of Elias Tantanal sent to the archive of the Departamento Monitorum. 114 Terran years, 10 cycles from date of submission. Petition for the enactment of inheritance rights following the death of Elias Tantanal and for the issuance of a copy of the death certificate received from the deceased daughter, Eliaza Tantanal. 114 Terran years, 11 cycles from date of submission. Motherfucker did not learn his fucking lesson. Because he named his daughter the exact same fucking name that he has. Stupid ass bitch. Like, some people just do not learn. I could sell this now, actually. I think this is spent, but I don't want to sell it. Can sell that. Definitely don't want to sell that. Alrighty. Goods! Yoinketh! What's this? Departamento Exacta Report. In the last 2,836 Terran years, entries mentioning planet GX-75021, 284,356 found, including copies. Entries mentioning planet GX-76021. 1 found, including copies. Sheer determination. Honestly, you know what? The way you put it like that, honestly, kind of based. I can respect it, actually. A full list confirmed by the Adeptus Terra of all planetary objects located within the territory of the illustrious rogue trader dynasty of von Valancius was received 164 Terran years ago. After careful reconciliation of the data, it was found that planetary object GX-76021 has not been included in the collection of the Imperial Tithe for the last 2,836 Terran years. In the same period, the planetary object GX-75021 was included in taxable sites, but did not pay its Imperial Tithe, thereby failing to uphold its sacred obligation to the Imperium. Subsequent analysis of archive documentation revealed the absence of documentation confirming the existence of planetary object GX-75021, unlike planetary object GX-76021, which was discovered in files dated more than 2,836 Terran years ago. Was this a fucking typo? Based on an internal inventory investigation, the Adeptus Administrator decrees that any mention of planetary object GX-75021 must be replaced with GX-76021. Governor of planetary object GX-76021 must pay the tithe for the preceding 2,836 Terran years within a period of no more than 50 Terran years, and, in the event of non-payment of the tithe within the prescribed period, planetary object GX-76021 will be seized for the needs of the Adeptus Administratum, and 95% of the population will be immediately subjected to servitude in perpetuity for the benefit of the Imperium. Note, a precise reckoning of the tithe amount required in throned gelts is appended to this report. Note, an advisory letter has been sent to the Department of Monitoring recommended that the Departmental conduct its own internal inventory investigation to determine whether planetary object GX-76021 has fulfilled its sacred obligation to provide recruits for the Astra Militarum. So because of your fuck-up, because of the Adeptus Administratum making a fuck-up, now the planet is responsible. Yeah, Gilliman would have your fucking balls. Like, you motherfuckers would be in so much trouble. Another noble bypassing the queue under the pretext of just wanted to ask. All you highborn ever want is just to ask. But what about protocol? That's what I'm asking. Who's going to follow protocol? What? So I paid off a few clerks and let us skip the queue, Shireen. Your time is more important to me than any little formalities. Very well, don't just stand there. You're here now. Do you think the Master of Seals has nothing better to do than receive unexpected visitors? Begin entry. Current hour, current turn, current cycle. 41st millennium. Okay, I think turns are days, cycles are months. Don't you want to know who I am? Malachi von Valancius, sole heir of rogue trader Theodora von Valancius, may the throne's radiance guide her path on the other side. The sole person to publicly assert their claim, to be precise. A lady navigator of House Orcelio, whose name and deeds are unknown to me. It says here that the von Valancius dynasty has owed your house one gold throne for 30 Terran years. Here, take this. And I, at last, will mark the matter closed. House Orcelio thanks you for your service, Master of Seals. Of course I know who is standing before me. It's my job to know. Does that mean that my reputation has preceded me as well, esteemed Damar? No, I have received no reports about you. What is this place? You are in the very heart of the palace of the Adeptus Administratum. Day and night, hundreds of thousands of prefects, ordinates, scribes, servants, and servitors carry out their duties to humanity and the von Valancius dynasty here, never setting foot outside its boundaries for decades at a time. But knowledge comes through comparison. There are entire worlds belonging to Administratum, so this palace is but a humble cog in the blessed machine of the Imperium. My companion wishes to obtain a Mercatum Tabula Officiale. I take it you are her sponsor? In that case, you must submit a written application in conformity with template template number 404.01 point, as well as written permission for the processing and notarization of the personal data of your appreciate the follow Blarnit Kavakava 82. I assume those are words. Appreciate the follow. Welcome to the hill. As well as written permission for the processing and notarization of the personal data of your most sacred personage. Without it, I cannot issue Mistress Haydari. Mistress Haydari, the form of collecting the seals required to obtain the Mercatum Tabula Officiale, the certificate of an official trade representative. Seals? What seals? We will discuss that when Malachi von Valancius has prepared the primary documentation. Very well. The perfectly sharpened quill scratches pleasantly on the parchment, but for the first few minutes. The obfuscatory phrasing, footnotes, amendments, you're forced to write out the same details over and over. About you, the Protectorate, Theodora von Valancius, J, and then also every living person who bears your family name. If you do not know all the required information, you must complete supplementary forms. The DMV, if the DMV was evil. Next is the consent form for the processing and notarization of the personal data of your most sacred personage. Give your written consent on the presented form. Protocol executed. Application received. Processed. Approved. Come on, esteemed Damar. What's that you were saying about seals? Here is your document, Mistress Haydari. Unfortunately, it does not yet have legal force. I can certify it as a sacred Mercatum Tabula Officiale once it has received 2 seals of approval. They're easy to obtain. In the Imperium Court, Administratum Servitors have been handling such tasks for over 50 years. There's one such servitor here on Dargonus, in the Rogue Trader's Palace. The second is duty-bound to keep the seal in the Telecus Epsilon system. Find Administratum Servitors and have them place 2 seals of approval. The goal is clear. The DMV, yes. Please do return once you have prepared the documents. Well, it's the DMV if the DMV was legally allowed to just age you out. Right? Because that's kind of the strat with a lot of the Administratum. Just keep things going until the person that's annoying you dies of old age. And by annoying, I do mean making you do your job. How dare they? Really, the gall of it is what insults me the most. Just a second, gotta check on something. Okay, sorry about that. Oh, what's happening here? Mistress Haydari, my patience is not easily exhausted, but you are coming very close. Your lordship, Did you like these cookies? Yeah, they're nice. A little bit melted because of the heat, so maybe, like, not the best time to be getting these, but they were really nice. Your lordship, I apologize for this ugly scene, but might I ask that you rein in Mistress Haydari and put a stop to her inflammatory actions towards me? Well, as the Exalted One is my witness, Shireen, I've tried everything I could to spare you any unnecessary headache over the seals of for the Mercatum Tabula Officiale. I even showed this aide with a temper worse than a sandstorm the certificate with your signature, but your Chancellor merely kept batting me away with her flail of baseless denials. I suspect that the reason for this has nothing to do with my humble personage. Oh, no, this isn't about me at all. I see. Well, Chancellor, will you tell us yourself, or should I help you? Whatever is the matter. Mistress Susarian, I require that a document be certified. Where is the court servitor, the keeper of seals? I'm afraid that my words may anger your lordship. Clementia lowers her head in shame, as if offering it up to be removed from her shoulders. The seal you were looking for was lost over a quarter of a century ago. Her ladyship Theodora von Valancius ordered a new one to be delivered from the Imperium, but, as you well know, we are a long way away from Holy Terra, and with warp storms ravaging the Coronus expanse, we have been unable to receive a replacement to this day. Could this be the seal in question? This is, without a doubt, the Administratum seal from Winterscale's realm. But why is it the original and not a copy? I think I understand. Well, the laws of the Imperium do not prohibit heirs of other houses from using the seal in times of need. I will order to have servants of the machine cult create a duplicate so as to avoid such embarrassing predicaments in the future. I ought to have you flogged for withholding critical information. Unquestionably, your lordship. Committee accepts your words with ice-cold calmness. At day's end, I will submit myself to self-flagellation at the Wissarian family chapel. 100 lashes, and if that won't be sufficient, I will add 5 dozen more. The loss of the seal is the loss of the seal is certainly a great tragedy, but self-flagellation? Admit it, Chancellor, you simply enjoy wallowing in pain while praising the Emperor's name. What the Exalted One requires of his servants is pure faith, not hollow torment. What possible use could he have for our tears? Those are just the ravings of the ecclesiarchy, and you just walk whatever road you are being herded along, as blind as an obedient sheep. I do not fear pain, for it offers redemption. It would benefit you to learn this lesson one day, Mistress Haydari. I'm afraid I have to refuse. Thank you. You're dismissed, Clementia. Yeah, that's all I wanted to see this with, and then we'll have to stop by Dargonus and check on that. So, let's meet Achilles Scalander. The slender figure, clad in robes made from expensive fabric, shudders from violent coughing. Pressing a gilded respirator to his face, the man takes several deep breaths. Achilles, it's been many moons. I hope your cousin is feeling well. Achilles covers his burnt lips, trying and failing to suppress a coughing fit. She is in good health. She sends her regards to you as well as her wishes for your swift return. For as long as the stars shine in the sky, my vigil continues. So it does. Pardon? I'm not so foolish as to fail to notice a conversation in code. Your insight deserves credit, rogue trader. Then again, I expect nothing less from Theodora von Valancius' successor. Allow me to introduce Achilles Scalander, properly. In addition to his duties as Secretary of the Administratum, he acts as an agent of the Golden Throne, under my aegis. Master Scalander was transferred into my remit by a colleague who is engaged in other matters in the Cornus Expanse. I'm sure you will find Achilles' service useful, especially when dealing with the schemes of humanity's foes within the borders of your protectorate. Greetings, Lord Malachi von Valancius. Allow me once again to express my deepest condolences on the loss of Lady Theodora. I will do everything I can to track down and destroy all of Conrad Voigtvir's accomplices on the capital world. Do you know anything about what has become of Conrad Voigtvir? The former Master of Whispers is a heretic and a traitor to the dynasty. Word of his treason reached Dargonus too late. Conrad came to the planet and left it almost immediately, once he had sown discord in the minds of the gullible and naive. The worst of the rumors he started was that you were the one responsible for Lady Theodora's sudden demise. Of course, your loyal subjects did their best to skin alive any who showed signs of doubt, but it seems unlikely that the wardens got to everyone who was allowed doubt into their hearts and now nurtures it in secret. You promised me a report on the present state of affairs in the Protectorate. I've already forwarded all official reports to your seneschal. As for the conversation we're having right now, I wouldn't trust any paper or data slate with its contents. You see, Lady Theodora, may the Emperor have mercy on her soul, was perfectly aware of Dargonus' political environment. You, however, have only just arrived on the capital world, and I thought it would be best to bring you up to speed. Frankly, the nobles of Dargonus, much like nobles on most worlds, are akin to spiders in a jar, ready to pounce on whoever is the weakest, or whomever they deem to be the weakest. The nobles of Dargonus are well respected, rich, and powerful individuals who held Lady Theodora's favor for many years and found ways to rise above the rest by diligently serving the rogue trader. Every family pursues its own selfish interests, and each one expects that with the transition of power, they will retain and even add to their lands and wealth. The families I would recommend giving particular attention to are the Drivestems, the Gapraks, and the Sarbaks. I should also mention the Wissarians, not a noble house per se, but a family that was part of Lady Theodora's inner circle, to the Blue Bloods' great displeasure. Tell me about the Drivestems. The Drivestems are the ancient governor house of Dargonus. Predictably, the greater the wealth of the Von Valancius Protectorate, the fuller their coffers grow. Their reputation is flawless except for one detail. We have evidence that urban Drivestems' rivals seem to have the misfortune of regularly falling victim to Xenos raids. I find that these attacks are always a little too advantageous for the Drivestems, but we lack solid proof, and it might never surface. The closer an official is to a rogue trader, the braver and safer they feel. I would just like to remind everyone that rubbing shoulders with Xenos is a heresy that can be overlooked only in the case of Von Valancius' heir, not his servants. What makes the Gapraks special? The Gapraks hail from a remote forge world, and among their distant relatives there are many servants of the Omnissiah, and the house itself is close to the cult of the Adeptus Mechanicus, both in spirit and in their business connections. The Gapraks oversaw the industrial shipments within your protectorate, until recently. Ever since the astropathic communication with Kiavagama was severed, they've been quite concerned about the security of the planet placed in their care. Tell me of Saubak. Religious and hard-working, the Saubaks own many enterprises, including distillation manufactorums that produce promethium. I must note that lately members of the Saubak family have been prone to overly liberal statements about the Von Valancius dynasty. They believe that Lady Theodora was a bit too keen to leave her worlds without proper oversight. Tell me of the Wissarians. The Wissarians are a line founded by Lady Theodora's seneschal, and as such are nominally considered nobility, at least from the standpoint of the Imperial Navy, from which Lord Abelard hails. On Dargonus, however, their position is precarious. Firstly, they never were granted an official title, a process which has been impeded for decades by the old houses of Dargonus, and secondly, the other families do not see them as equals, more as upstarts clinging to the rogue trader's favor. The Wissarians are responsible for the capital world's fleets, and the majority of the cargo shipments on domestic routes. After hearing all that, I now feel the urge to have every one of these sycophants executed at once. You are naturally well within your rights, rogue trader, but remember that this will cause the multi-layered bureaucratic system of Dargonus, of your entire protectorate in fact, to come apart at the seams. That's not even considering the likelihood of attempted reprisals from their families and allies. I would hold off on the death sentences. Act with restraint and wisdom. Present for all to see sufficient proof of the unwanted house's guilt. Do not mistake me. Mass executions are one way to solve your problems. But in that case, you should weigh up every possible scenario before you act. Enough about the nobles. Was there anything else you wanted to report? There was, your lordship, and this time it concerns the main reason for my presence on this planet. Xenos, and the threat they pose both to you and to humanity as a whole. The last few months have been difficult for the people who report to me. My eyes and ears scattered throughout the Coronus expanse, warp disturbances, astropaths overcome with madness, ships disappearing in the immaterium. Many of my observers and contacts have gone dark or have been killed by some calamity or other. Still, I managed to establish communications with some key individuals who were able to warn me about our incoming threats, including Xenos raids. It is within my power to supply you with intelligence on where and when the Xenos will strike next. I do not doubt that Governor Drivestem will beg you for protection against the Xenos, and in this fight the information from my contacts will serve you well. I beseech you, Malachi, if I ever report a threat looming over a ship or a planet, do not dismiss it. Sometimes it takes an intervention from the rogue trader and his mighty void ship to avert disaster. What are your responsibilities here? Officially, I'm a secretary at this world's administrative department. Less officially, I'm afraid I can't disclose that even to you. In short, I collect and investigate reports of heresy taking root on upstanding planets of humanity. Above all else, I am concerned about the Xenos threat that hangs over the entire Coronus expanse, including your protectorate. Sadly, my mission was complicated by the recent warp disturbances. I'm still trying to re-establish contact with many of my agents. Tell me about Xenos. The residents of the local systems are no strangers to skirmishes with enemies of humanity, but recently the loathsome beasts seem to have completely flown off the handle. We're receiving reports from ships that made it through the warp to Dargonus. Both they and the colonies that they departed from are being attacked. We have identified the breed of Xenos that pose this threat, the Drukhari, humanity's ancient and insidious foe. Be vigilant on your travels. The Xenos will undoubtedly attack a rogue trader's ship should they find the circumstances to be in their favor. Unfortunately, in the host of humanity, there are those who are willing to grovel before our enemies in the hopes of a valuable reward. You may be interested to know that we are on the trail of such heretics. Overwhelming evidence indicates that a plundered void station in Langren's belt is being used as a base by a band of pirates who are not above dealing with Xenos. I was unable to persuade the Chancellor of the need to dispatch a ship there, but perhaps you would like to pay a courtesy call to these scoundrels yourself. Anything about the Cult of the Final Dawn? My knowledge is deplorably limited, your lordship. All my attention has been focused on tracking Xenos activity. I'm certain the Master Van Calix can tell you much more about those heretics than I. About your unofficial work. Yes? Whom do you truly serve, the rogue trader or the interrogator of the Inquisition? And whom does the rogue trader serve? The Golden Throne? The Protectorate? Could it be that one stems from the other? And if so, is there any sense in discussing it? Good answer. Dargonus has no need for no. I've learned all I wanted to. I have other questions to ask. Scars on your face. What happened? About 5 years ago, there was an accident. Several tanks of promethium exploded in the storehouse at my estate, and I was buried alive under the rubble. The Emperor preserved my soul, and the skilled physicians of Dargona saved my body, except for my lungs, with which I had to part. I presume the incident was an attempt on my life, but the identity of whoever was behind it remains a mystery. I must take my leave. According to the message I received a few minutes ago, Governor Drivestem has arrived at court. I imagine that the Chancellor is already prepared to arrange the meeting. All that's left is to notify her that you are ready to see Urband. We should burn Achilles a bit more. Maybe. Maybe. Alright, Solymorn. Rogue Trader. The Marshal is ready to meet with you. Do you wish to commence the audience? I prefer to first know exactly what it is that the head of the Adeptus Arbites in the Expanse wants to see me about. I do not know the details, but I would assume the procedure is the same as it was in Lady Theodora's time. A personal introduction, a reaffirming of allyship between the dynasty and the Adeptus Arbites, and a discussion of tithe-related affairs. I'm ready to discuss our business. They do look fucking badass, I'm not gonna lie. Who the fuck is that? That don't look like an Arbites. Marshal Strax of the Adeptus Arbites. Two markedly distinct figures approach your throne. Marching in front is a man clad in Adeptus Arbites armor. He carries his helmet in the crook of his arm, but his stern facade serves him as well as any visor could. He bows to you sharply. Marshal Strax of the Adeptus Arbites. A dry shadow follows after the Marshal, an old woman familiar to you and likely to generations of clerks at the Administratum Palace. The ampleness of her robes gives the illusion that the Master of Seals is hovering rather than walking. Rogue Trader Malachi von Valancius, I, Prefect Inscribia Voltur, greet you on behalf of the Adeptus Administratum. Good drip, hell yeah. I will now begin the due procedure of official address to the rule of Dargonus as formalized by Amendment 4-N/10 to Law SK-941. May your name be wreathed in glory for centuries to come. May your fortunes ever proliferate. May the God Emperor bestow upon you a duty worthy of his chosen. A monotonous droning is making you weary. Seems she intends to go on for a good while. Get comfortable, listen to the end. The Prefect resumes her elaborate formula. You notice a few poorly concealed yawns and frenzied blinking among the crowd. Like people going, ah. The speech drags on for another 5 minutes, but you pass this test of fortitude honorably. At last, the Prefect's address comes to an end. Prefect, Master of Seals. Is that not too many titles for one official? Inscribia. Who would give their child a name like that? For 34 generations, my family has served in the Adeptus Administratum. I was given a name befitting one who comes from a long line of scribes. Prefect looks at you without blinking. She's either ignoring your disrespectful tone or has genuinely failed to notice it. Alright. Prefect, Master of Seals. Is that not too many titles for one official? It is proportionate to my duties, your lordship. Autism rep. Yes. While I am involved with the Administratum Archiving Cogitators, I proudly bear the title of Master of Seals. In all other circumstances, I am a mere prefect. This distinction allows me to organize my work in due fashion. And as you surely understand, clarity and order are critical components of the sacred acts of maintaining and managing records. Yeah, the Imperium does like to, take children and turn them into autistic little shits like this one. Hell, just look at all of these guys. You think all of them were born like this? I do not recall seeing you at court. What are you doing in my domain? The Marshal leans forward. His voice is low, and when he speaks, it feels as though the marble tiles of the palace have begun to vibrate. The Adeptus Arbites delegation, accompanied by the Adeptus Administratum delegation, accompanied by the Adeptus Arbites, has arrived to greet Lady Theodora's successor, and to see to the extension of our decades-long arrangement. If I may continue for you, The prefect steps forward, dragging her feet slightly. As per the decree of Theodora von Valancius, Ord-037/3N, the representatives of the Adeptus Administratum and the Adeptus Arbites are sanctioned to use the Palace of Justice, oversee tithe collection in the Protectorate, and review any and all cases of tithe avoidance, tithe exceedance, or other irregularities. It's a fucking crime to overpay your taxes? That's fucked up. These rights have been formalized in numerous pacts and statutes under the main decree. Considering your new position, you may have yet to acquaint yourself with all these documents. You are the successor to Lady Theodora, whose alliance with our two sacred organizations forever glorified her as a rogue trader closely tied to the executors. Fucking hell. Maintaining the monotone is fucking me up, holy shit. Of Holy Terror's will. And we, as representatives of the Adeptus Administratum and the Adeptus Arbites, must verify that you are able to maintain this alliance that has brought such repute to your dynasty. The prefect scrutinizes you as if trying to estimate your proportions and weight. That is why we have arrived in person, as the present circumstances have provided us with a chance to see if your intentions concord with those of the late von Valancius. And what circumstances are those? The prefect's lips contort into a twist. Our work has been disrupted by unforeseen setbacks regarding communication and transportation. As our requisitioned assets were not adequately prepared, we have lost some of our personnel and resources as a result. The arbitrators are too short-handed to perform all the duties expected of them. Since they first arrived in the Expanse, their numbers, limited from the outset, have only continued to dwindle. After analyzing the situation in accordance with Amendment FS/893-24 to Decree Ord-037/3N, we have decided to notify you of a tithe violation committed by one of the worlds in the region. This regrettable lapse must be rectified as quickly as possible. The old woman shivers and rubs her augmented hands together with an unnerving creak. And which world was it that had the misfortune of drawing your attention? Thessera, the feudal world far from the main routes, that was bereft of the Imperium's light, then rediscovered less than 2 centuries ago. It supplies agricultural resources and manpower. If one of my governors have missed a tithe payment, I will simply have them hanged and the debt collected. This is not a von Valancius world. The system is located just outside the border of your protectorate. The Imperium is built upon strict and unfailing abidance by the Lex Imperialis, and a planet's tithe, even one that is relatively small, must be provided in full. Are you implying that I have an obligation to help you? Not at all! You're the Emperor's anointed. You act solely of your own volition. The Marshal's voice makes the enforcers in the room flinch. The prefect, on the other hand, speaks softly, and yet you can hear every word as if she was standing directly beside you. Your predecessor, Lady Theodora, may the light of the throne illuminate her path in death, always sought to address the needs of both the Administratum and the Adeptus Arbites, because she realized how blessed and important our work is for the good of the Imperium, to say nothing of the fact that she honored the laws of her own dynasty. I'll carry forth the responsibility taken on by Lady Theodora. I offer you my help. An arbitrator will be assigned to you for increased security. Proctor Antha, front and center! The Marshal's voice thunders over the arbitrator ranks, and Solomon Anthar marches over to your throne, his cybermastiff at his heel. Thank you for your support. I'll go to I have enough fighters on my retinue already. Why would I want an administratum spy? Proctor Anthar's capacity is not that of a spy, but that of a representative of our organization who will help you to navigate the many nuances of the Imperial law and, if need arise, direct you down the just path. Thanks for your support. Thank you for your support. I'll go to Thessera as soon as I can. Emperor protects! The Marshal makes the sign of the Aquila in a motion so sharp that you can barely hear it cutting the edges. His shit looks good, though. Drippy as fuck. Drippier than the others, but, like, not so much that it's too much, you know? I like it. The prefect adjusts her ocular lenses with a weary sigh. And once again, no specifics given. Of course. And my reports, nobody ever stops to think. She quickly catches herself and offers you a bow. Like, yeah! 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 That's the salute that they do. They just cross their arms like this. The fuck is happening here, man? God damn it. Stupid fucking... I keep getting emails, dude. Thank you, Pamelia. Why do I only get fucking... Why do people only follow when I'm handling fucking non-stream content? Anytime I look to my other screen and start fucking dealing with the sheer buttload of spam I've been receiving the last few days. New sub. Or not new sub. A new sub would be crazy good. But, new follower. Hello. Welcome to the hill. Enjoy your stay. I'm sweating up a storm here. Alright, so where the fuck are we going? I was directly asked to provide an example of police brutality, so I have to. Oh. During the period designated as the night shift, the air throughout the ship suddenly turned stale. Those who were awake reported feeling incredibly tired. Those who were asleep later reported having horrible nightmares. Seneschal Abelard Bessarion was found in his quarters in a trance-like state. He was pacing the room and talked to an unseen interlocutor, asking the same questions over and over. Why won't the fever break? And, does the esteemed chirurgeon have the faintest idea what he's doing? Then he sat by the bed for a long time, clutching the sleeve of a void suit and repeating, Everything will be all right, son. With great difficulty, the enforcers managed to return the Seneschal to his senses. By the order of Seneschal Bessarion, the report of this incident has been erased from the ship's logs. Damn. Guess he lost a kid. Permission to report. Your proctor has arrested my voidsman and is demanding his execution. A repeat offender, he says. Please do something, Lord Captain. Who's the voidsman? He's one of mine. Not as big of an idiot as the rest of the idlers. He understands the control systems. He can make sense of the readouts. Him. A repeat offender. Bring the detained man to me immediately. I'll personally interrogate him. Consider it done, Lord Captain. Alright, let's see what the fuck is happening here. The hell did you do to piss off an Arbites? Supposedly, these guys will walk away from most anything that isn't directly affecting the Lex. Master Helmsman Ravo. Lord Captain, beg you to look into this outrage. This cyber horror nearly chewed up my assistants, and one of them's been left without two of his fingers. Instead of calming his beast, the arbitrator attacked my crewman. His crewman is a wanted man, rogue trader. He's accused of subverting the sacred tithe shipments, smuggling, kidnapping the Imperium subjects, and bribing officials. Were we not on your flagship, I would have executed the heretic on the spot, but here, you are the authority and you are the court. Why did you attack my subject, Solomon? The bastard tried to run when he saw me. His fellow crew members hesitated and didn't make way for me. There was no time to find out if they were abetting the perpetrator or just panicking, so I had to use Glyto for suppression purposes. Solomon, why are you so certain that this is the man you're seeking? Because I was personally involved in tracking down and purging the shadows of the Abyss crime syndicate to which the perpetrator belongs. The case was in Calixis, on the world of Helvetica Prime, but for arbitrators, time and distance do not mitigate guilt. The man before you is the former captain of a smuggling ship owned by the syndicate. Check the heretic's left arm. Every syndicate member had a distinctive implant by which they recognize each other. It was that implant's signature that Glyto picked up on during his patrol. How did the criminal from Calixis find his way onto my ship? He was among the servants sent to you by Governor Medner. Ravo, did you know about this? If I weren't sticking my beak into the past of every one of the hundreds of people in the crew, I wouldn't have time to steer your ship. All I know is that when everything went to grok shit on Riken Minoris, this one oversaw the work at the dock so that the fools didn't trample each other to death in their panic. And later, he ran into a friend at the port of Footfall, and they found us some parts within a day. He's even got arms growing out of the right places. He might make it to junior helmsman if he keeps it up. Accused, anything to say? Your lordship, the governor of Helvetica Prime was a scumbag who abhorred the light of the God Emperor. The things he did to the people under him. We only survived by stealing from him. Or else we'd have ended up in a corpse pit like 1 in 4 did after a distribution station accident. But once I got out of there, that was it. I was out of that business for good. When I found myself in your service, I realized that it was a gift of fate, and I'd be a fool if I didn't repay such good fortune with my wholehearted toil. I've made my decision. I await your orders, rogue trader. Ooh. Whenever professional counts, doesn't matter how exactly they obtain the skills. Rogue trader does not shun people with murky past, thus earning him the respect of Ravo's motley crew. Ravo, this talented voidsman is your responsibility. Should he commit any misdeeds henceforth, you will have to answer for them. Yes, Lord Captain. Ravo's disgruntled grimace momentarily dissipates. Then this case is closed. With your permission, I'll return to my duties. I guess that works out. I'm surprised that Solomon didn't bitch it a little bit more, you know? I was expecting a little bit of moaning. That came out wrong. I'm gonna need a few more holy gifts. So I'm actually gonna hold on to them. Let us press on. Press on what? I don't know. We'll find out as we get there. Press on nails, of course. No new routes to chart. Oh, there's a new route to chart, but we're not gonna stabilize it. No point. All right, let's check out these planets, yo. And planetoids. We do need adamantine. A little bit of extra profit factor. And then we need people. Let's see the rest of this shit. Ooh, smuggler's cash. Cool. I forgot to save. Explore the surface of the colony. The settlement was destroyed when the ground swelled up under it. The forlorn bones of dead colonists are strewn amid the rubble. On the edge of the crater, the scouts discover a tunnel entrance. Apparently there was an explosion in the cavities beneath the town, whose unsuspecting people fell instantly into the chasm that opened as a result. Near its gaping maw is a shuttle, overturned and blackened by the blast, forever motionless. Investigate the shuttle first. Lying next to the shuttle are empty bomb containers and corpses clad in characteristic armor. The void craft belonged to the Adeptus Arbites. Surviving the record suggests it was the arbitrators who planted the explosives and collapsed the tunnels on top of their dwellers. Searching through the papers, you find the demolition plans. The arbitrators knew that detonating the tunnels would bury the colony, but prioritized eliminating the criminals over preserving the lives of ordinary settlers. The documents also include a map of the colony's expanse containing encrypted data. It appears the arbitrators were aware of another smuggler's cache, but in a different system. Ooh. Items acquired. Living snare. Fuck is this? Oh, it's for a doggy. Extra weapon skill and strength. And 150% more damage. Woo! Cybermastiff's attack of opportunity against the apprehended target always cancels the target's movement. And extra crit chance against based on the... Ooh wee! What's your level 3 dogmatic? That would mean that's a plus 9% crit chance. That is crazy good. That is very, very good. Go ahead and chart. Chart, not chart. This is not Baldur's Gate. Space dust. Ooh, enemies of humanity. Those look like Eldari. You can tell because their ships look like darts. That's a big ass planet, almost the same size as a star. Begin scan. Xenotech. Is there anything that needs Xenotech? This needs weapons. I don't want this one, I want this one. This needs weapons, not Xenotech. We'll need to grab some phlogiston. Because I want this one. Wait, actually, let's see here. This needs either Capella Biologists or Dark Sages. This needs specifically Capella Biologists, and this needs specifically Dark Sages. Seeker of the Weak. Eh. Actually, that's not bad for, like, our Executioners. Karkala's Honor. Grants an additional area attack that affects all adjacent cells around the wielder. +1 damage per target in the area of effect. That's not bad. But I like my hammer more. So we'll probably go with this one. So yeah, we want Dark Sages. About you. I'm thinking of going Bonfires of Reaping. This will require either this one, which is Accuser of Sin. The charge ability deals additional damage equal to willpower bonus against demons and Xenos. Gives Guidance of the Astronomicon. And Accusation of Heresy. Extra damage against demons and extra bonus to all characters during warp encounters. Also extra security and... Oh, okay, yeah. Accusation of Heresy. And then there's the Hammer of Epiphany, which... I mean, these are really nice. But I want this one. So I will almost certainly go for this one. Needs adamantine mechanisms, people, and plastic. That's a lot of stuff. Alright, let's do this battle. Space battle time! I like the space battles. I know a lot of people don't like them. I like them. Ow, fucker. Not sure I like the fact that you literally just shat on all over me as soon as this started. Okay, now we jump. What the fuck is this? Extra evasion, lowered maneuverability and speed, lowered hit chance and range. Reload everything. Blast them. That is really short range, huh? Am I out of the range of this thing, actually? Ooh, this... probably fucked up. Put those guys out. And let's hope for the best. Oh, that's what I took damage from. It exploded on me. Let's go for black shooting. Ow. Yep. I mean, we lost, actually, so... I am so fucking sweaty, bro. This is bullshit. Okay, it's all going on the shields. Good. Drop these guys here. He's not gonna die from the internal fires, but I'll be able to take him out with the Star Hawks. Restart shields. Okay, now he'll die for sure. And that explosion's definitely gonna hurt that guy too, I think. Yup, that's a big hurt. That's a big hurty. Well, rip those guys. Reload. Blast him again. Finish him off. Distance. Kill him. Alright. Yay! We did it! With minor damage. Ooh, what's this? Same hit chance, double the crit range, and provides allies with targeting data, increasing their lances, weapons, and macro batteries, macro cannons damage by 20% and hit chance by 30%. That really cool. Each attack craft launched from the torpedo tube and each torpedo gains +1 hull integrity. Sure. Ooh, actually no. We want silent running. Because I would rather get to go first. More often than not. Alright, what's this last planet? Boop. Save. Idex is a planet of no particular note. However, the small station suspended in its orbit sends a distress call to your ship. The man in the hurried Vox transmission introduced himself to this planet as the planet's governor and asked for the road trader's assistance in a delicate manner. He promises to supply the details in a private Vox conversation. Study records concerning the planet. It appears Idex recently suffered a major coup. One of its noble families seized power and made outcasts of the former dynasty. Such plots are not uncommon, although notably, Idex has become less prosperous under the new government. Agree and speak with the governor discreetly. The governor, transmitting on your personal Vox frequency, whispers that Idex's current authorities are not who they claim to be. There has been an uprising on the planet, and a heretical sect has seized control. The governor pleads with you to launch an immediate strike on the governmental palace. With their top tier obliterated, the new authorities will be unable to hold on to power. I mean, if the new government is less prosperous, yeah, fuck them. Whoever was the planet's official ruler has been reduced to less than servo-skull material. The governor on the station sends you his tearful thanks along with his generous gifts. Fuck him as well. Station's fiery remains adorn the sky of Idex. Whoever was on there will never be ruler of anything again. Ringing silence on the Vox channels indicates that Idex is, as of now, devoid of any planetary authority. He sent me heretical items! Nah, let's... Actually, I am curious, because he sent me heretical trophies. What happens if I kill the other guys? What if I kill him first instead? I'm curious. Yeah, and they sent ranged weaponry. I do want those heretical artifacts, though, because they're more valuable. It's more valuable, Chad. It is what it is. What else do you expect from me? I'm a rogue trader. Trader and wants profit. Lord Captain, I humbly request an audience with you. Proctor Anthar is interfering with the crew and is demanding to see all the archival records of fugitive criminals we have ever received from the Imperial Navy. The matter is urgent, if you please, Lord Captain. Why not just grant him access to the records? Access to the ship's archives can only be authorized by the dynasty's heir. Anth. I will meet with both of you immediately. Alright, my litigious little friend. What is it you want this time? Your lordship, Proctor Anthar is interfering in the work of the crew. He is intimidating and threatening them, demanding access to the ship's sealed archives. And as for his dog, I humbly request that you take action. Vigdis pauses, shifting her gaze to the Cybermastiff and tucking her hand behind her back. Vigdis, what's wrong with your hand? Allow me to explain. The Voxmaster tried to pet Glyto, which activated his self-defense protocol. As a result, I had to step away from my duties to have my implants replaced, esteemed Proctor. I already apologized. In any case, what happened was the expected outcome from an unauthorized contact with a living weapon of the Adeptus Arbites. Vigdis, why did you try to pet Glyto? I didn't. This is the first time you have ever seen the Voxmaster so agitated. I did not try to pet him. It is not customary to keep such cyber beasts on a void ship, Lord Captain. This is my first encounter with such a creature. That Glyto, it was following me all over the bridge, and you decided to interfere with his work protocol. Vigdis cast Solomon a cold glance before continuing. I had studied the archives and found mention of a ritual to establish contact that involves an offering and physical interaction with the beast. You are literally talking about bribery. A pointless act. Cybermastiffs cannot be bribed, and neither can arbitrators. Solomon, stop interrupting. Proctor nods briefly. Solomon, why are you sabotaging the work of the crew? I was compelled to intervene as Glyto had intercepted a suspicious signal. The encrypted message contained the words heresy and fugitive. I managed to trace the signal back to the Voxmaster's workstation. I needed to dispatch Glyto on a reconnaissance mission, to obtain new evidence and ultimately to ensure your safety. In other words, you sent the beast to follow me. I questioned the crew in the Voxmaster's absence and established that the wanted bulletins sent by the Imperial Navy were being completely ignored. I suspect that Senior Officer Tolman is abusing your trust. What do you have to say to that, Vigdis? Vigdis pressed her hands together. Reports of fugitive criminals, which number in the hundreds, are of low priority. What's more, I know that Lord Captain Theodora was most adamant on the matter. If you forgive me, her exact words were, "We are not Grok's damned bounty hunters." The Proctor wouldn't know that if he had brought his questions to me, rather than interrogating astropaths and comms officers. As for the Vox transmissions, the frequency on which the senior officers communicate is encrypted. I alerted the staff to the situation with the Voidsman, who was brought to you on the bridge to stand trial. Need I remind the Lord Captain that Proctor Anthar has no authority to access transmissions conducted by senior officers on the Rogue Trader's flagship, not to mention that the signal was wrongfully intercepted. Did you know that one of the Voidsmen was a fugitive heretic? No, Lord Captain. He was not on the list of wanted criminals in the Coronus Expanse. I assume it is because of the relative insignificance of the heresies he was accused of by the Calixian authorities. Perhaps Proctor Anthar had information to which the Imperial Navy does not have access. Solomon, what are you suggesting? Your flagship is untouchable for external inspections because of its high status, and criminals are taking advantage of that. So, you need an internal audit. You need to pull up the archives of wanted bulletins and double-check the crew records. That is the only way to identify and eliminate potential threats to you. This is madness for a ship whose officer corps alone comprises hundreds of people. The work hours that would be required for such an audit. I have listened to you, and I'm ready to make a decision. Vigdis, you and Janus will double-check all the crew on your own. Do not involve the Proctor. Solomon, this is not some filthy hive backwater. You'll cease your self-righteous investigation. Solomon, you'll be granted access to the archives and lead an audit of my crew. As you command, Rogue Trader. Yeah. Like, if he wants to do it, let him. Not gonna fucking make anybody else participate, but shit. I would have added that I don't want him doing shit on his own. Like, once you have whatever you have, I want you to come to me and let me know. But that wasn't an option, unfortunately. Really wish it was, but it wasn't. Sad. Alright, what's in Leveler's heart? Lord Captain, we have received a voxcast from Thessera. The signal quality is rather poor, but the meaning is clear. The world is expecting your lordship's arrival. Great festivities have been arranged, and a delegation led by the planetary governor is ready to give you a welcome worthy of an honored guest. Destroyed ship. Scrap box. Convenient. I do wonder what's going to be here. I'm curious. Ooh. Amid the lifeless rocks and lava lakes, the ship's augurs have detected something resembling buildings. There's something off with their outlines, but their presence, in and of itself, suggests that there may be some valuables to uncover among the ruins. Send a scouting team. The scouts are able to discern symbols of the Imperium on the buildings. Deformed and fused together by high temperatures, the ore mining structures tell a sad story. Centuries ago, the planet and all its riches perished beneath the radiance of the system's expanding sun. Aww. No loot. An adventurer's worst nightmare. We did minor work and received no reward. Minor effort going unrewarded. Ooh, promethium. I do need some promethium, right? No, I don't. I have so much promethium. Begin scan. And off we go. I'll bring, Idira. Little more than the shards of civilization that have been separated from the Imperium's fold for thousands of years, feudal worlds tend to be underdeveloped and degraded. Their technology is usually primitive, and their faith in the God Emperor often takes on bizarre forms. Ooh, a feudal world. That's actually pretty cool. Oh, this is so cool, dude. What is that? They've all got chainmail and plate armor. Oh, the plate armor looks good. Celestial guests, there is... Wait. A richly dressed man riding a sinewy horse breaks off from the procession. When he approaches, you immediately notice a strange detail. The man's face is pinned to his head with precious fastenings that stretch the skin across his skull. Celestial guests, there is no higher honor for us than to extend our hospitality to such noble eminences. His Celestial Highness, the Rogue Trader, and an illustrious judicator of the Imperium. All of Thessera clamors, trembles, and cheers. Ruoldo the Fair-Faced, Governor of Thessera, at your service. I thank you for the courteous welcome, Governor. However, we have come here to address a grave concern. But of course, your Celestial Highness, it would be my pleasure to discuss whatever topic you have in mind. That said... Hey there, how's it going, Batista? It would be my pleasure to discuss whatever topic you have in mind. That said, you have had such a long and perilous journey behind you. Like any self-respecting host, I must first propose. Who the fuck? What about to happen? Who that? Bluff the court fool. A small figure steps out of the rider's shadow, dressed in the motley attire of a court fool and wearing a sneering mask. My name is Bluff. I am Lord Rualdo's good mood. I tickle his governorship with well-spouted jest and itty-bitty gossip, and now I merrily doff my cap to our celestial lords and ladies and hand them this here key to Thessera, as a token of our boundless loyalties. Do your servants often interrupt their rulers' conversations without permission, Governor? Oh, the embarrassment! The governor leans down from his horse and grabs the fool's hand. Having wrenched the key from Bluff's grasp, Rualdo raises his hand to strike and the fool quickly backs off. Finally, the governor offers the gift to you with a reverential bow. Look at the governor. The governor's heavy gold-stitched jacket adds a certain presence to his figure, but it cannot hide how poor of a rider he is. The way his boots dig into the horse's side, his hands fiddling with the reins, his trembling fingers, all speak of nervousness and a lack of control. What happened to your face, Rualdo? Rualdo touches his stretched-out countenance. This is a fine tradition that I myself brought to this world. You see, there is a way to tame the merciless passage of time. All you need is to find a young and healthy face, appropriate it, and attach it over your own fading skin. The local nobility eagerly took to this act of extending one's life and youth, and I, once a celestial lord myself, now promote this custom by personal example so I may showcase its wonderful properties. A fine tradition indeed. I hope the subjects are conscious when you peel their skins off. I would love to attend such a procedure myself sometime and enjoy the show. Ronaldo's eyes nearly pop from their sockets at your words. He gulps and nods awkwardly. Celestial Highness, what kind of an address is that? That was what we call the highborn who come down to us in their wondrous vessels. Of course, I am not a native of Thessera, and thus was once a celestial lord myself. I have grown used to the local customs, however, and so I address you like any Thesserian would. Rualdo, I'm sure you know why we are here. I do have certain suppositions. Enough. According to the data protocol Calixis Sigma UX11-4, this is a Mu-class planet. This Mu-class planet type feudal, Aestimare rating E874. A planet's Aestimare rating reflects its strategic value to the Imperium, has the form of an alphanumeric code that ranges from A0 to Z1000. So it's Aestimare rating E874, with an assigned tithe grade of Salutio Extremis. has not provided its due tithe amount in full. You have violated the lex and are hereby under investigation. You are to prevent all related customs reports and shipping manifests immediately. Planets are graded from aptus non, meaning no tithe collected, to exactus extremis, the harshest of tax burdens. This is solutio extremis, not exactus extremis. The proctor's voice carries no emotion, and Glyto silently bares his teeth, completing the image of the implacable hand of justice that has arrived on Thessera. Well, I am most flattered by your attention, esteemed adjudicator, and by this opportunity to serve the Imperium with even greater dedication than before. Speaking of dedication, we are already conducting a thorough inspection to see which scribe it was that bungled the tithe calculation. Fear not, the scoundrel shall soon be... Excuses are the hallmark of the guilty. Do not make your situation worse, Governor. Ruoldo clasps his hands together and says meekly, Of course, Master Adjudicator. I will provide you with all the documents as soon as our internal review is complete. I assure you it won't take long, and the report itself will be exhaustive. I believe there was something else the esteemed Governor wished to say. Thank you, Your Celestial Highness. We know your journey here must have been an arduous one. As a sign of our appreciation, we have prepared a veritable constellation of enjoyments in your honor. We humbly invite you to taste our amasek along with our finest dishes, and may you likewise savor some of the local entertainment. One of the court ladies will accompany you so as not to let even a single word or wish of yours linger without attention. Maeve. Ha! I know a person with this name. A thin woman emerges into the torchlight, looking at you with a mixture of fear and awe. Her diminutive figure is practically drowning in her velvet and silk dress, and a resplendent necklace of blue stone adorns her neck. Maeve, my celestial lord, at your service. Solomon leans closer and says in a lowered voice, Based on my experience, I would say we've been assigned a spy under a pretense of generosity, but this is a good thing. We will use this young woman as our source of information about the world. For now, it would be wise to play along and question her thoroughly once we are away from prying ears. Your face is your own. Why is that? Such living masks are the privilege of the high nobility. I may not be a commoner, but to be entitled to a change of face, that is something I have yet to earn. They've cast a fascinated eye over the nobles whose faces, inasmuch as they are theirs, are stretched tight over metal fixtures. Many have their mouths frozen in an unnatural smile, and it is hard to tell whether this is a consequence of the tightness or simply an eager show of delight. Look at this one! She has barely risen above the bottom, and already she shoots for the privileges of the top. Gritty hands are one to get chopped off. Relax, Maeve. Just pretend that you are giving a good friend a tour of the place. Maeve smiles sheepishly. I'm afraid that is easier said than done, my celestial lord. It would be like trying to imagine a mighty sun as a tiny ember, but I will do my best not to anger you by acting too nervous. You mentioned entertainment. Tell me more. The Two of the Scorched is hosting a public trial for a few guilty wretches today. I also overheard that the Council of the Thessarian Nobility was preparing a special gift for you. Besides those, our mechanical orchestra, the only one on Thessera, will be playing all evening. And of course, you will also get to see the crowning jewel of Lord Rollo's collection, his maimed, metal-harnessed beasts. Little beasts like to play. People are their favorite prey. Champ, chomp, and munch and crunch. Look, it snapped your head away. Screams and tears and gore and more. Happy beast, happy day. What an not a symphonic orchestra. Fascinating. How did you manage to acquire something like that? Though at most only once in a generation, even Thessera receives visits from time to time, Your Celestial Highness. One day, an entire delegation from a foreign world arrived with these mechanical musicians in tow. We were immediately smitten with them. Sadly, our performers have now fallen to a sorry state. Thessera's humid air makes their preservation difficult. You see, and we don't have a single crimson-clad holy man or woman left. All we can do now is offer up prayers of our own, burn oils, and do everything else the old writings say, even though we have no hope of understanding them. Judging by the stench, the servitors, and more specifically the parts of them made flesh, will not last much longer. Slime oozes from rust holes, every other lifeless eye is adorned with cataracts, and their mouths are like corpse dumps filled with shards of rotten teeth. Every wrong note their instruments play is accompanied by the mournful screech of servo motors and sparks flashing from dangling wires. What an exquisite necklace! I think it would look better around the neck of your celestial lord. Maeve gasps. With trembling hands she removes her necklace and offers it to you with a curtsy. Lord Roldo generously gave it to me. This stone is a Thessetium
Shard, the rare crystal our planet is famed for. Truly, my celestial lord is more deserving of such a gift. Whenever the wearer triggers perils of the warp, they gain plus 15 temporary wounds and do not provoke attacks of opportunity until the end of their turn. Whenever perils of the warp is triggered, a demon is summoned. Ah, that's not good. Well, our celestial lord is not one to mince words. He up and tackles the specks of the soles of his shoes where they belong.
Very well. I would like to see what this place has to offer.
I can tell by what I'm hearing that our executioner has already lit up the Phasmophorius, ready to give the condemned a warm welcome. Which means the governor's official whisper collector, that's me, has a whole lot of important business to get to, and so I must leave you now, good sirs and ladies, lest I miss out on a hot batch of juicy tales. Terribly pleased to meet you all, honored judicator. Bluff grasps Solomon's hand and gives it a vigorous shake. Oh boy, this is not going to end well for him, is he? Yep. Before you can even blink, the cybermastiff beside him sinks its teeth into Bluff's forearm, jerking it back and forth in a fury. The attack lasts only a moment, but when Glidger lets go, the fool's limb is already torn to shreds. With a cry of pain, Bluff leaps away and melts into the roiling crowd. Solomon ruffles Glyto's neck and turns to you. Feudal worlds are rarely known for their bureaucratic precision. Reconnaissance on the ground will tell us more than any report hastily scribbled down by these blockheads. I suggest we attend this trial and see how the laws of this planet are enforced. Can't wait to meet some kindred spirits. Just professional intuition. Shall we go? Never harm these people without my permission again, Solomon. As you wish. However, I should warn you that sudden handshakes like that are considered tantamount to insulting an arbitrator on duty. There are contact poisons out there that can kill you in a couple of heartbeats. Be on your guard, rogue trader. Festivals like these are ideal settings for assassinations. Let's go then. We must not miss the biggest local spectacle. It's not a question of preference, but of what might help the investigation. The execution will gather a crowd, and we in turn will gather information. That will prove useful, considering how eager everyone was to make their exit. So, Celestial Lord, your coming is a historic event for these people. They'll be watching your every step, and your actions may well transform their lives on this underdeveloped world. Kinda wish I had brought the Pascal. I figured Iliad would have something to say. This is our chapel where we pray to the Emperor, the holder of the key to all destinies. The bell in its tower can ring so loud it makes your ears pop. Can I return to the void ship safely to switch Iliad out for our other bounty hunter? This place doesn't seem to belong to 40k. Stone buildings, horses, medieval knights, simple clothed peasants. I'm used to spaceships, aggressive cybernetic enhancements, and oversized stormtroopers that actually hit targets. Well, you're forgetting that all of that is also here. Notice all the like tubes in the back. Like they have the same technologies. They use a lot of the same stuff. They have augmetics. They have all the same stuff. It's 40k is not always necessarily super high tech. There are a lot of worlds, like even their horses have cybernetics, see? Like they've got the Imperium flag there. Oh, this actually doesn't have any cybernetics, but usually horses do have cybernetics. But like, look at the pattern of their armor. It's actually the same as what our own Voidsmen use. It's the same, see? Same pattern of armor. And you see here all the tubes and stuff, the vents. I love this type of place. This mixture of medieval aesthetics with I can show it on stream. Give me a second. Voidsman armor. Yeah. There. See? The Voidsman armor looks very similar to what these guys are wearing. They probably don't have guns, but I'm certain that they have their own like technological advancements.
I tread a path unexplored.
Give it just a second for OBS to grab it again. Yeah. Plus, you see here all the tubes and stuff. This is it's a really fun blend of medieval aesthetics with sci-fi. Leon Himmelfeld's field review. Is this it? It's been said since we arrived here, and yet we're no closer to understanding. No, that's not it. Is this it? Decayed Scroll. 340 years ago, our ancestors arrived on this blooming world, built the cities and the manufactoriums, and found here a society free from heresy and fear. But the immortal emperor of humanity, Warden of Light, saw fit to test our faith. A great war tore open a rift between our ancestors, dividing them into two factions and turning the world into a boundless battlefield. Each day we fought the enemy so that our children could see the dawn of a new era. No, I don't think this is it. Is this it? Uncertified document? No. Ah, The Chronicle of Fates by Gorgorus Fault. Is this inside a ship? No, this is a planet. The Chronicles of Fate by Gorgorus Fault. Chapter 1. Let these instructions enlighten all who walk in my footsteps. He that holdeth the key permits none but his most faithful to change their faiths. And I, the eminent Gorgorius Fault, have no right to fail him. This, my present work, will describe how a soul becomes purified and the rituals required to prepare it for its momentous turn of fate. These being things that any servant of his who intends to break the shackles of their former life will have to undergo. Chapter 2. It befits any servant of his to thank daily to the Emperor, him that holdeth the key for the lot given them in life. As I have thanked him with my writings for thousands of moon lives, so too do I thank him now with the fetters that are preparing my soul for its new destiny. The rules of this service are simple. Day after day I reverently carry with me the glass fetters, not daring to break them. Some believe that merely keeping them by one's bedside is enough to perform the sacrament. This is a lie, perpetuated by the slothful and the faint of heart. Interesting. There's a dead guy.
The world trembles beneath my
What a life to own entire stars. That sounds like you're envious. Oh, there's a trap here. That's all you, Solomon. Scared the shit out of me. Ebonite sword. Let's see here. Oh yeah, we did pick this up. Wow. 5 times the willpower bonus. Why does she have more willpower now? Weird. Weird. Thesertium necklace. Yep. And let's see. Ebonite sword. Less damage, but target hit with the sword suffer a number of static charges stacks equal to the damage dealt by the attack. When a creature with those stacks is killed, all creatures adjacent to it, except the wielder, suffer shock damage equal to the number of static charge stacks. It's a primitive sword. It looks really nice, though. Like, I do love me a Thundy Hammy. I do love me some thundering. So, go. Oh, a Kojiko? What's this? As you approach, the nobles bow gracefully. Their sewn-on faces are wrapped tightly around their skulls, and their eyes gleam with earnest subservience. One dares to address you. "Oh, celestial lord, grace us with your regard. When my brother and I heard of your arrival, we immediately sought to surprise you with an exceptional gift. The ancient scrolls tell of a wonder, a mechanical sage by the name of Kojiko. It knows the answers to all questions, can make other machines do its bidding, and may even predict the future. My brother and I have borne many a hardship, but we managed to acquire this magic contraption for our much cherished guest. The box in front of you, presumably the cogit core they speak of, exudes a strong odor of ritual oils. Made of thin planks, it's covered in so many purity seals that it seems to be held together by them alone. A stack of flimsy, rough paper lies atop it. On there is a mica panel with malachite buttons attached to the front. A thin slit is visible among the buttons. After a chronoturn of heavy silence, Pascal finally intones, I am registering an act of imitation of sanctity. This cultural phenomenon is typical of underdeveloped tribes. I also anticipate the discovery of cave pictograms dedicated to the divine arrival of the more advanced units. Listen to the sounds coming from the box. There's a barely audible breathing coming from the box. Whoever's inside wants very much not to be noticed. Glyto stalks toward the box and bares his fangs, while Sonomon frowns grimly at the device. Really? Then again, what else could you expect from this ignorant world? There's something I wish to ask this Kojiko. If I may advise the Celestial Lord, in order to receive an answer, one should take a piece of paper and slide it into the hole here. Then touch the box and ask the question loudly and clearly. Kojiko, answer only yes or no. Is your name... Nah, that's a paradox. That's mean. Kojiko, what is the distance between Earth and sky? The sheet you offer is consumed with a speed beyond that of an ordinary autoquill. After a few moments, the sheet returns with single notation. Lots. Kojiko, what does the future have in store for me? The sheet shoots back out of the box and falls to the ground. Bears a solemn inscription. Glory everlasting. Answer only yes or no. Is your next answer going to be no? The miraculous device reluctantly accepts the offered paper and makes a vague moan-like sound. After a languid moment of waiting, you are presented with a sheet that reads error, which most likely means error. Kojiko, what is the punishment for liars and frauds? The box holds the paper for a long time. When the sheet finally emerges from the slot, it is visibly shaking. You see the words, immolation. Please don't. Solomon folds his arms and leans towards the slot, his voice ringing with steel. Machines cannot feel fear, Kojiko. They can only meekly accept their fate. Proctor catches your glance and gaze and shrugs. I couldn't help myself. Enough questions for now. I thought you were handing me a pack of spaghetti. Like, wait, I'm just gonna. Okay, I was gonna turn on the camera for like a second, just for the funny. Wait, if you're leaving, can you aim it at me? Okay. 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. It'll take a second. This is what she handed me, right? But she handed it like this, and I saw it at a glance, so at a glance it looked like spaghetti. Enough questions for now. Unseal this box and let this poor soul out at once. As you wish. Do not hesitate to pose more questions. It has enough ink for many more answers. Unseal the box and let this poor soul out at once. Who? What poor soul? I do not. The young nobleman addressing you withers under the scathing gaze of his partner. As you command, my celestial lord, forgive us. We wished only to delight you by reproducing an otherworldly miracle we had read about in an ancient chronicle. You dare mock the celestial lord? Requestioning formation on the location of... Good sirs, is he gone? Can I come out, sirs? Ooh, Glyto, my boy! You found a thing. Good boy. Bloody Sacrament. Area attacks the small create a smoke cloud. All creatures that enter that area must pass toughness, strength, and willpower resistance tests with a -22 penalty. On a failed toughness test, the target becomes blinded for 2 seconds. That's a whole lot. On a failed strength test, slowed by for 2 rounds and on a failed willpower test, disturbed. It's actually kind of crazy. It's a lot of, that's a whole heap of, debuffs. A whole heap of debuffs. Not gonna use it, but it's a lot of debuffs. The Twizzlers have melted into each other, bro. There. Claustrophobia. More perception and damage. Mm-hmm. That's really strong.
The world will bow.
Alright, let's see what happened to this guy. I saw sense someone carefully and skillfully peeled the skin off his face. Well done. That can't be good. Though honestly, can't say I'm surprised by it. Immaterium Shroud. Relayed psychic power must pass an agility. Resistance has to become slowed. If the enemy's already slowed, it must pass an agility or become immobilized. That's pretty fucked up. And if they're immune, they just take damage.
Intriguing.
Mouse glanced at you with an odd curiosity. One pulls its mother cloth and clacks its teeth, almost too greedily and hungrily for a harmless herbivore. Yeah, horses do that shit. Oh, they have Lacerax. That's cool. Oh, really cool.
As a child, I was captivated by the chronicles of the feudal world Urban II. Knights clad in shining armor riding their fine steeds, battling enemies of humanity, and holding feasts after their victories. But this world has only grey and mud.
The same is true for many worlds in the Imperium, Lady Cassia. You should accustom yourself to that fact.
Yeah. That's just the way it is. There's a lot of worlds that are very beautiful, but there's also a lot of
Let's
worlds that are very
seize the opportunity.
gray. No stat boost, which is very bad. It's focused on protection, which is not one that I'm using. Chapter 406. I am impure. My body is impure. Vital fluids not my own are stirring within me. Oh, this is page 700. So this is page 1. This is page 166. This is page 7,875. As though wood-boring beetles were digging their filthy tunnels through my frame. I must destroy this vice. I must squeeze it out. It is customary to replace an old vessel, and I have replaced my rotten cage with chambers of gold. Yet I still feel filthy. For if the contents are spoiled and not merely the shell, then what can be done to achieve redemption? My face is burning. A borrowed face. A weak face. I must take off the fetters of my skin and cleanse its inner side of vice. Take it away. Oh, Emperor, take it away and give me a new cage. Oh.
Triumphant, as always.
That's why the cap's metal ass looks sturdy and long enough.
Perfection. Assignment completed.
Ooh, assault armor. Let's see, what's this? So it's medium armor. Whenever the wearer starts their turn with no enemies in the 3-cell raid, they gain movement. And do not provoke attacks of opportunity. Base armor property plus 10% if the wearer starts their turn with at least one enemy within 3-cell radius. Yeah, it just looks like, the same armor used by the securities on the ship. Not like super nice looking armor. How? That's shitty. Like, I always hate seeing big creatures like that being mistreated and underfed and shit like that. It's like, what the fuck is the point of keeping something like that if you're not gonna feed it properly? You know? Genuinely, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you treating your creature like this? Huh? Huh, bitch? What are you doing? Oh, what's this? Been watching since the start. No, you haven't. You destroyed. Liar. You bitch. Fuck you. I'm kidding. Welcome. Sculptor's mechanical hands crawl over the rough stone, their many-jointed metal fingers remaining in constant motion. Even now, you recognize your own features in the unfinished piece. Seems someone commissioned a statue of you the moment you set foot on the planet. Sometimes they don't care about the well-being of the creature just enough for it to do its purpose. I mean, yeah, but like if you have an attack animal, right? Especially a predator. If it's starved, it's not just weaker, it's also less obedient. The old man turns his wrinkled face to you, and you see crystals where his eyes should be. Is my celestial lord here to gaze upon his destiny? Alas, my creation is not yet complete. I'm here to look at the sculpture. What has my destiny got to do with it? When I sculpt, your celestial highness, I see people's destinies in the forms I create. The visions that come to me shape not only the stone, but the person's fate as well. Your image was indistinct when it appeared before me, and my work is not yet done. What do you wish to behold? Be wary when... Idira clutches her head and wheezes. Be wary when toying with destiny. What gives a boon now will come back to collect later. So may the opposite be true. To have a sweet future in the future, one must first drink one's fill of bitter things. Watch your words. All that I am accomplishing in the present. What is this? Your very life's path has been carved into the stone. Increase the carriage until the end of the mission on Tessera. Okay. Sooner or later, the future catches up with everyone. The sculptor's hands cuddle over the stone like huge metal spiders. Somehow his sightless gaze perceives exactly those details of your appearance that you are proud of the most. Your destiny will soon be complete, my lord. I will have it delivered to your celestial vessel. Your hand augmetics are most impressive. Such implants are impossible to come by on a feudal world. Where are you from? Lord Waldo had my limbs replaced before he took me from my home planet. It was so long ago I have since forgotten what my land is like to the touch. Sculptor's mechanical arms are pierced by sticky tubes, and the elbow joints have all but worn down. Must have been a decade since these implants were last serviced. Such neglect often poses a serious threat to the person's life, and yet the old man's skin looks relatively healthy in the spots where flesh and metal meet. This man appears to belong to a rare variety of psychers, biomancers capable of recovering even from otherwise deadly wounds and diseases. Who are you? The humble creator, the governor's first sculptor, Tavrisk, who has the honor of shaping the destinies of others but not his own. Tavrisk the sculptor turns his head to you, but you see no pupils in his crystal ocular augmetics. I do not quite understand. Are you a psyker? My lord governor calls me a foreteller and creator, others a wicked sorcerer. But there is no cause for concern. My abilities are sanctioned, and I am pure before the Emperor's celestial eye. He gestures at the tubes on the back of his head, as if to prove the truth of his words. What could you tell me about this material you are working with? This is Thesetium, a fascinating stone born from the bowels of this planet. Like any other kind, it bends and melts beneath the sculptor's tools, but for the sculpture to come to life in earnest, they must put their very soul into it. The soul, however, obtains calluses the more the sculptor works, and mine has long since become covered in scabs. Lord Captain, all that about the soul? That wasn't a metaphor, you know. This one channels his own mind through the stone and then sees what comes of it. You should be careful around this sorcerer. I don't like how my whispers have taken a fancy to him. Did you capture the governor's destiny in sculpture too? His mouth stretches into a cryptic smile. I have made thousands of statues for Rualdo, but the Sarah's stone flesh can never seem to sate his great ambitions. The old sculptor once more turns his unseeing gaze to the patterns in the stone before him. Let's look at it. Let's look at the map that has been built. Cool. Sorry, I was eating a Twizzler. Noticing your gaze, Bane turns to you. My celestial lord. They say that you are the Emperor's, God Emperor's anointed. Have you truly seen him? Alas, no. Our God Emperor resides on Holy Terra, many light centuries from here. To behold him is a privilege denied to all but a few. I wish I could see him, but I'm sure his splendor is so dazzlingly bright that one glance upon his vision is enough to blind a person on the spot. Pardon me, you probably wanted to ask me something, didn't you? Swan casts a quick glance around as if looking for someone, then nods at you confidently. How'd you find living at the governor's court? I dare not complain, my celestial lord. Lesser nobles such as myself sometimes receive punishment for angering our lords, but that is good, in a way. I think it makes me cleaner and brighter on the inside, and helps me to better serve the God Emperor, the holder of the key to all destinies. You call the Emperor the holder of the key to all destinies. Why? I got a little bit of Twizzler stuck on my teeth. Give me a second. Ah. Got it, I think. Yeah, I got it. Forgive me if I've said something wrong, my lord. Preacher Antiochus said... Antiochus? Preacher Antiochus said that the God Emperor holds the key to all destinies in his celestial hand. He himself sits at the very top of the great tower of humankind, from there gazing out over the worlds and stars of his domain. He sees all, knows all, and a bloody tear rolls down his cheek when he reads our shameful thoughts and deeds in the annals of our lives. But those who strive, who do not let the seed of evil into their hearts, he will reward with a new destiny, a new life, higher and better than the one before. With the turn of his key, he unlocks the dungeon of their souls. I live in hope that one day he will come to my door. How fascinating. And what are you going to do to get a better destiny? I can hope, pray earnestly, try to be virtuous and diligent. And if I manage to please the Celestial Lord, then maybe, just maybe, the Emperor will take notice.
Why did the God Emperor lock people in a dungeon?
In the time of darkness, the God Emperor walled up the Tower of Humankind against fiends and monsters to keep safe from evil. But evil had already planted its seed in thousands upon thousands of human souls. He locked them in the dungeon of the tower, so that they might first eradicate the evil in their thoughts. All our lives we atone for our transgressions against the God Emperor, and after death we return to his judgment. But that is our burden to bear, my lord, and I see you and realize that before me stands his anointed, one blessed by his godly hand. There is no one happier than I.
What do you think of the governor?
Oh, he's a wonderful person, so considerate and generous, but of course his venerable age has taken its toll. He behaves oddly from time to time, but we all have our quirks, don't we?
Oddly, how so?
Well, he gave me a lovely Thessatium? He gave me a lovely Thessatium necklace just before you arrived. Strange, is it not, to bestow such a treasure on someone of the lower nobility? I also noticed that we have been conversing more of late, and it's been easier. Sometimes I think he knows me better than I know myself.
So the governor has never favored you like this before? Perhaps the appointment to escort the rogue trader also came as a surprise?
That is so, my lord Judicator. I still wonder why the God Emperor saw fit to bestow such tremendous honor upon me.
Tell me about Bluff, the fool. How did he win the governor's favor?
He is the best among all the court servants. He always knew how to make the noble lords laugh. But at first, Dayan's jokes were just funny pranks and puns. Those were wonderful, almost impossible times.
Something happened and Dayan changed, did he not? That is his name, yes?
Yes. He seemed to retreat into himself all of a sudden, and he started snapping back at people, saying sarcastic, scathing things. His jokes were simple before, but now there was always a nasty bite to them. And he started exploding at every little thing and ordering me about. My own brother. Having said all this, she freezes in fear, turning white as a sheet. Apologies for my lack of restraint.
For a brief moment, a deep wrinkle cuts across Solomon's forehead. So your brother's not his usual self. This world is a tangled web indeed. Since you are here, show me how the Thessarians entertain their nobles.
What would you like me to do, my lord? My celestial lord? I was taught how to dance and sing.
Sing me your favorite song.
Maeve nods apprehensively, then closes her eyes and begins. With great care, she sings a passage from some local hymn about how the Emperor who holds the key to all destinies locked the heavens against invisible monsters and enemies of humanity. Her voice, though trembling with nerves, is surprisingly pleasant to listen to.
What song is that?
The story of humanity's deliverance from darkness. It is sung once a moonlife as a reminder of the great deed of the God Emperor.
Moonlife is probably their months because, you know, the moon is full, then it's empty and all that stuff. Sorry, just clearing out an email. Just checking a thing. Just checking something. Because I saw the notification pop up on my side screen, and it looked kind of important. So I just want to make sure that I'm not missing something important. Okay. Okay. Not a big deal. Yeah, not a big deal. Just some shit. Again, really? As soon as I click away from the game. As soon as I click away from the game. You guys are weird as fuck. You guys are weird as fuck. The story of humanity's deliverance from darkness. It is sung once a moonlife as a reminder. He walled himself up in the great tower of humankind, along with all the people. He could have ascended to the stars, but he chose to stay for our sake, though we are unworthy. We must remember this deed. That was delightful, thank you. Thank you, Celestial Lord. For me, there is no greater reward than your praise. Thank you, Maeve. Let's continue our walk. One second. I want to just do something here with regards to the display, the sound. Let's turn off the mute when game window is collapsed. There. So it'll keep the music going if I have to, like, do something off screen. Fix the lifter. Oh, armor. Armor of Iron Will. Whenever the wearer blocks an attack, all adjacent creatures must pass a toughness check or suffer perplexed. Oh. There is a box there. I crave it. It will be mine. Pascal? I'll be telling my grandchildren of this day. Ah. That's what that is. That guy looks cool. Tadua the Scorched. No portrait for him? Oh, an ad has started? Alright, well. I'll wait until the ad ends. Before we come back. I am very confused as to why the fuck people have only been following whenever I'm not playing the game. Is that the secret? Is the secret having the game on screen and then not playing? Should I just go for the Pirate Software strat? I put up some like half-done code on screen, say I'm coding, and then just don't code anything at all. Is that the strat? Is that what I should be doing? Because, like, y'all fucking weird for that. I appreciate it. I appreciate the follows. Nobody's allowed to unfollow. I will find you. I will be very, very sad if you unfollow. But it's weird. You guys are weird. We got 1 more minute. You know, everybody get up, stretch, go to the bathroom, get some snacks, do all that stuff, you know. It's all important to do. One more minute to go. Alrighty. That's 20 more seconds, but we can just get back into it. You see a man with a cruel grimace on his face, and hands disfigured with burn marks. Behind him stands a ghastly-looking mechanism adorned with a polished skull of gigantic proportions. I didn't see the skull. Ah, there it is. There's the skull. Is your mic turned on? Yes. If you've got audio issues right now, that is on you. The eye sockets, their edges melted, gaze darkly at the crowd with the promise of inevitable punishment. The man, clearly the executioner, bows his head. The very messengers of the skies have come to this... Oh, wait.
The very messengers of the sky have come to decide your fate. We are honored, your celestial highness. Who are you? I am Tadua the Scorched, a slaughterman of the 5th generation and a humble disciple of the Iron Saint you see before you, your celestial highness.
Master Tadua knows no mercy, and his hand is unfailingly firm in the sacred cause of administering justice. Eve is careful to keep her posture straight, but her frightened gaze is deliberately averted from both the executioner and the mechanism behind him. What is that structure?
This instrument of punishment is a personification of the great Phasmophorius the Martyred, who accomplished...
Hey, appreciate the follow, Raptate, yes. Welcome to the hill.
Who accomplished the legendary feat of slaying 300 heretics. As is glorious tradition, all mutants who affront the Emperor's gaze and stain the face of Thessera must enter the Saint's iron embrace. Whenever justice is served, hundreds flock to the Phasmophorius, eager to witness the magnificent spectacle.
You have just confessed that your semblance of justice serves not as a demonstration of lawful authority and deterrence to your subjects, but as entertainment. Solomon utters the last word with disgust, as if there could be no foul or profanity. Mike is normal to me. Yeah, it was just, Jacqueline was just having some tech issues herself. It's fine. It's okay. Who is inside right now?
Another heretic who violated the holy laws of Thessera. And since his body is already turning to ash, such will be the fate of his name as well. To be scattered to the winds, that it may never again defile the lips of any who live upon our sacred world.
Never again defile the lips. Maeve looks ready to faint. She seems both terrified and nauseated by this sacred rite that has drawn so many onlookers.
I missed such a glorious display. Do you have anyone left to burn, perchance?
I like the bonfire. The design is very human, yes.
That was but one of the first bodies set to stoke the Phasmophorius. It's going to be getting a lot busier now.
As if to confirm the man's words, the fire-breathing saint expels a puff of acrid smoke.
While the guilty are being reduced to ashes, let us meet the next participants in our performance.
Why are they walking like that? Oh, they're mutants. That's why. 2 people, or something resembling people, are pushed onto the stage. They're mutants, hideous parodies of humanity, forever tainted by the imperfections of the flesh. One of them is dressed in stained yet expensive clothes. The other wears the tattered uniform of the local guards.
Your Celestial Highness, behold! 2 loathsome heretics who blemish the very face of Thessera with their existence. The degree of their guilt may vary, but they both deserve to enter the blazing bowels of the Phasmophorius for the worst of their transgressions, distorting the sacred face of humanity. But since fate has graced us with such lofty visitors, I eagerly cede the right to punish these miscreants to you, your Celestial Highness.
Contrary to his honeyed words, the executioner's voice betrays his poorly concealed displeasure. Cassia purses her lip when she notices the onlookers staring at her hands, eyes, and neck. Many point their fingers shamelessly in her direction, others spit at their feet in disgust. Her chin raised high, the lady navigator adjusts her forehead adornment with her clawed hands. She squares her shoulders, lets out a breath, and glares at the crowd with condescension.
What do you mean by the degree of their guilt may vary? One of them, despite being one of the highest lords of Thessera, spat on our world's customs by refusing to alter his destiny. The other did change his fate, even though he was just a low-born wallowing in the mud.
What in the Lex's name did I just hear? Solomon raises his voice slightly, indicating that the usually impassive arbitrator is profoundly indignant.
I normally have no trouble passing judgment, but in this case I don't even know where to start.
What was the opulently dressed mutant's crime?
Ah, rotten stain upon the noble families. I need water. Hold this here. He was hiding in his manner to conceal his deformities, but had trouble keeping his mouth shut, proliferating filth in tracts that he later sent out with his servants. He declared the choice of one's own fate to be slavery, cast aspersions on the very traditions of the world, was insolent, swore profanely, condemned those who had chosen a new destiny. Luckily, he has no heirs, and today this cursed bloodline shall be put to rest once and for all. Richard Garb mutant moans something. You notice stitches on his disfigured face. The zealot servants were evidently in a hurry to silence the condemned man early and sewed his twisted mouth shut. What did the mutant in a guard's uniform do? A thief, a brigand, and a murderer. There's no way to list all the crimes lying upon this freak's conscience. However, his willingness to change his destiny against all odds merits this mutant at least some honor. Despite his feeble-mindedness and simplicity, he had enough sense to obscure his countenance with hoods and helmets until he made his way from beggar to god. It was not long before his excessive passion for fighting and stabbing gave him away. Mutant utters a foul curse under his breath that immediately gives you a frightened look and falls silent. The mere sight of the Celestial Lord seems to instill a reverent awe in the common denizens of Thessera. You praise the low-born mutant despite the vicious acts he has committed? They're both mutants and have thereby violated his law. Yet, when one finds a spark of nobility in an abject commoner, one cannot help but feel a grain of respect for them. This heretic may be of low birth, but he does not flout the values of Thessera the way the nobleman does, and thus honors our traditions and his will. Born into the rabble, he applied all his abilities and skills, defied the restraints placed upon him, and crushed those who stood in his path, all in order to forge a new destiny for himself. Freedom to change destiny. Even you, a degenerate, should know that everyone has their place in the God Emperor's plan from birth, and that any attempt to change that is a violation of his will. Even on a planet forgotten by all, humanity continues to seek freedom and to honor the Emperor in their own way. Humans need to believe in something in order to live, and a better destiny, who among us has never dreamed of that? And a better destiny, who amongst us has never dreamed of that?
What do you say, Maeve? Which of these two deserves to die?
Maeve's gaze darts fearfully around while visibly avoiding the doomed mutants on the platform. I am of too low a birth to take on the burden of being a judge, my celestial lord.
Very well, I'm ready to announce my decision.
The word of a distinguished guest is a law. We are all trembling with anticipation. Maeve seems to have reined in the emotions that were overtaking her, and she casts a timid glance at you as she awaits the verdict.
Execute this mockery of a nobleman. The other mutant is pardoned.
Eat your fill, iron saint! Gorge on the thin noble bones and try not to choke! At the full screech, the crowd erupts in malicious laughter. May you be cleansed in the fires of Saint Phesmophorius filth! Go, you miscreant! You changed your destiny once, and now it is time to escape a new one. One where the mob tears you limb from limb in the first alley that gives you refuge.
Damn, he walked in willingly. I would have swung on a bitch.
Cassie peers into the black pits of the Phasmophorius' eyes, and with a strange expression on her face, whispers softly, "When you give an order like that, do not look away. Keep watching until the end, so that you remember the price that was paid, so that you remember the weight of your words." And now, my favorite word! Next! You gotta keep it going.
Another mutant. Bro, do you only have mutants up in this bitch?
A pale, bony creature barely able to move its legs into the stage. In place of a mask, it turns a horrific medley of features towards the world. This ugliness, however, is nothing like that of the previous convicts. The thin, squeamishly twisted mouth is fused to the cheekbones. Malicious eyes peer into the crowd from under hideous folds of skin. The face of this heretic appears to have melted and congealed.
What is this heretic guilty of?
His crime is more grievous than any of this scaffold has ever seen. He was granted a new destiny, but chose to defy it. He turned away the greatest gift that could be offered.
Oh, appreciate the follow. Waiterbridge, welcome to the hill.
He turned away the greatest gift that can be offered to the loyal sons and daughters of Thessera.
Oh, shut up! Shut up before it gets in!
I won't give up. I won't give up. I won't! No! We didn't come here for you to stay quiet. Squeal now and squeal louder! A windowless, doorless house. The master is gone, and only beasts remain.
Where is that blasted court fool? You glance at the crowd and suddenly see the fool prancing and... oh, there he is. And flitting among the Gorkas, clearly trying not to be spotted. Shoot Bluff for his insolence.
You need not hide yourself so carefully. I'm not one to punish a born fool. Laughter bubbles up from the crowd. The audience appreciates your gracious yet mocking remark. The fool makes an angry sound and flees, to the cackling of bystanders. Thank you, my celestial lord. Maeve's voice is barely audible. She smiles at you in a small, sad way. What happened to his face? Is he another mutant? Tessarian fever. You need not worry, your celestial highness. It is not contagious. Enough. Just execute this one already, so we could be done for today. As Tadua opens his mouth to say something, the convict takes a step on his clumsy, spindly legs, and then another. The face. The face. Pretty strong. Appreciate the follow. Dry 5T. Driest, I'm assuming. Driest. Appreciate the follow. Welcome to the hill. The face. The face. Pretty strong. Shining. Gnarled claw points directly at you. Give it here. Give it to me now instead of the one I bear. Take mine. It's not mine. Take it. Take it! Oh, he's gonna rip his face off. Yep, there it is. Madman raises his crooked fingers to his face and sinks his nail into its sagging flesh. Shrieking with what sounds like relief, he tears off a piece of his cheek, then another, and then one more. Falling to his knees, he frantically scratches his own eyes out, smearing blood and clear ichor across his face before collapsing dead on the platform. A sudden rumble draws your attention, like a rockfall tumbling down a slope. Thudding of feet and mad screams overwhelm you. After a moment, you see the source of the commotion. A throng of mutants is charging straight at you. Oh boy. Damn, you guards are shit at your job. Oh shit, Tadua died.
Your struggles are in vain.
You will fall!
Oh, what's this? Eye of Oblivion? Huh. What's this? A feudal sword. Okay, so we do this
Anything else?
and this. Okie doke, Jay. What? Weird. That was weird. I should have been able to get closer, but
Guides me.
what the fuck did that damage to me? That was Thessarian fever. Oh. Non-mutants take that damage, huh? Let's do this to make sure he doesn't die.
I'd like to, but I can't.
They had some trait about Blizzard being released when they die, I guess. Yeah. This is why it's important to read. Let's heal up.
Okay, fine. I'll do it like this. Damn. She got hit right back.
As duty demands.
Okay. Damn. What's this?
I'll take it as a priority.
Okay, he's dead. Oh, that was cool. Block counter with the fucking shotgun blast. Reminds me of that gif of the guy who tries to push the riot cop, just get fucking blasted.
Will do.
Course approach is turned on. Turn it off. Alright, here goes. Rip. I lived. Almost a kill.
One step closer. Purpose guides me. I will.
Damn. Annihilated all the friendlies.
Isn't.
Can't target him. Oh well.
The spiritual prognosis is favorable.
Waste of time.
Quick!
There you go. Oh shit, you survived. Your Celestial Highness, apologies for my late arrival. I wasted a great deal of time in idle squabbles with that oaf of a treasurer as he was looking for the shipment chronicles. I only heard about the attack after it had already begun, and the elevator might as well not have been moving at all, it was so slow. The treasurer, the elevator. Who are we going to blame next, Governor? Are you the ruler of this world or a casual onlooker? You will take measures immediately and restore order, or I will conclude that you are sabotaging the rogue trader's visit, either by intent or simply due to your own ineptness. I never thought... Of course, the culprits will face execution post-haste, my celestial lord. Survey the square. An oppressive silence hangs over the previously bustling plaza. People are taking in the carnage, clearly avoiding looking at you, but still catching your every word. You notice Maeve standing nearby, gazing around her with horror in her eyes. Find those responsible and bring them to me. The condemned mutants broke loose and attacked the townsfolk. It's been a long time since anything like that happened. They must have sniffed out that today is a special day. The commander was responsible for guarding them. He got clueless. Pardon. The execution's lips curls split by a blow during the fight. His armor rattling, one of the knights steps forward.
Looks cool. I am Lucra, commander of the fortress. I can attest that the ungodly mutants were restrained properly. It's the Phasmophorius. The smoke whipped the mutants into a frenzy. So it's either the commander or the executioner, is it? And I shall now make my decision. My celestial lord, I swear on my life that my knights and I did everything we could to keep you safe. Who could have foreseen that the Phasmophorius, after gorging itself on miscreants, would start driving the mutants mad with its smoke? Lies! The Phasmophorius does not taunt heretics, it fills them with terror. To shift the blame of your own failure onto a sacred weapon of justice is a heinous crime in and of itself. There's been enough death, I'll order no executions. Commander and the executioners stop their bickering and turn their eyes to you in astonishment. They quickly recover, however, and offer you their deepest bows, maintaining a solemn silence. Fatebringer. Big Sword. What's the text? The sword ignore the target's armor. Ooh, 100% armor pen. Despite its ceremonial appearance, the sword is perfectly usable in combat. The blade is polished, and the hilt is encrusted with blue crystals. Of course. You are our savior today, your celestial highness, and in gratitude, please accept this personalized sword from my treasury. Fatebringer once decided the outcome of one of our feuds. It killed the rebel leader, and peace has reigned on the planet ever since. And that's all, some antiquated sword. I expect subsequent gifts to be better. After putting herself in order, Maeve catches your eye and looks away shyly. Her lips bear a poorly concealed smile of relief. It appears your celebration is over, Governor. Not in the least. I will not let some beasts ruin everything we have worked so hard to prepare. I suggest we distance ourselves from this place and return to our corner of revelry and peace. By your leave, I will be waiting for you at the head of the table of your... Oh God, Emperor, give me strength. Swallowing noisily, the governor hurriedly departs the scene of slaughter. It amazes me that idiot just underpaid the tithe and did not somehow lose the whole planet as well. Fine, a feast it is. I'm sick of the stench of burnt meat. Let's try and change of scenery. My celestial lord, it is only a few steps away. The noble lords are already lifting their glasses in their savior's honor, awaiting your arrival. Shall we proceed? Please don't teleport me. Thank you. There's some goods over here. Pascal, do your thing. I don't have any means of removing trauma, but I could return to the ship. Get rid of it that way. Literally just pop into the ship and pop back out. What's this? Chapter 3. The sacrament has been performed. I felt the cage open its gates. I felt him that holdeth the key open the lock of my body. At first I found it hard to breathe. It was as though the inside of my body was lined with vice that was not my own. In my mind's confusion I cannot tell what moon life it is, or which chapter of this book I am presently writing, but the greatest book is all-knowing, and every turn of fate has been chosen by him in advance. Thus, if my new fate tries to resist me, I shall bring it to heel. And then he was driven mad. It seems like there's some demonic fuck shittery happening around here. You know? I think that's what's happening. Yeah. There's just something about this. Chambers of gold. Changing the fate, right? Zinch likes gold. And he likes, you know, he's the changer of ways, right? He could change fate and shit and do that. Let me see Abelard's shield here. It's a nice looking mace. I do like the Ebonite sword. I like that effect a lot. So we'll put Fatebringer away. This armor actually fits him really nicely. I don't want to give all of the holy gifts. I want to keep some. I want to keep these two. Alright, let's go back down there. We got more exploring to do. I want that guy's armor, because it looks cool, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be heretical. Honestly, though, feudal worlds have to be my favorite aesthetically in 40k. The mixture of, you know, medieval with the high tech. It's why I like. It's why I like Dark Angels. It's why I like Black Templars. It's literally my favorite aesthetic. It's medieval high-tech. Or medieval sci-fi, I guess. Anyway. That is an interesting looking animal. Ah, and he's got his own Cyber Lacerax right there. Temples are overflowing with rare and peculiar food. There's enough of it to easily feed dozens of hungry mouths, but the servants are unlikely to get even a morsel of this feast. Who drinks water at a feast, you dimwit? Hurry up and bring me some amasec. Apologies, my lord. I will open a new bottle at once. Today is a very nervous day, your celestial highness, and when I feel nervous, I eat and drink and eat again. That's just the way I am. But, Emperor have mercy, the food today is to die for. Would you like to have some? I recommend you try the fried alcedont, whose horns were still goring my hunters just the other day. And here we have some five-tailed shrimperiuses in stewed black eye sauce. These fellows need to be eaten quickly before they scurry off the plate. And as for the side dishes, you simply must have a taste of these crispy blabbery shells seasoned with blue glut. This spice scorches your tongue, but follow it with some amasec, and it will feel like the waters of life itself. Attack the giant alcedont ham, vanquish the five-tailed shrimperias. I'll take some alcedont ham. You sink your teeth. Increase the character's strength and toughness in the next combat. There's a one-time bonus that disappears. No! I wanted it permanently. No! How much am I getting extra, actually? You sink your teeth into the greasy morsel and deftly nibble it to the bone in front of the entire court, which watches you with morbid fascination. Magnificent! Not even the rock serpentine that recently ate our cobbler could match you. Unlike your celestial highness, it spent 5 entire suns chewing through him. Ha ha ha. Now that we have had some refreshments, let's talk. Verily, your celestial highness. He reaches his ring-studded hand for the goblet, but stops at the sound of Maeve's voice. My lord, remember what the physician told you? Temperance is the best cure for your ailment. I fear that you have disobeyed his wishes again today. And now I am paying for it with a compromised sense of balance and a regrettable inability to admire the disguised impostors. And the hunt is already in full swing. Rogue trader, once you've had your fill of the governor, let me ask him some questions. What is this hunt you mentioned? Be a darling and tell our guest about our amusements. I'm a little exhausted. Of course, my lord. The imposter hunt takes place every moonlight. Shortly before the event, the servants are thoroughly cleansed of dirt and foulness, combed, dressed in expensive clothing and masks, and invited into the courtyard with the rest of the guests. The nobles hide their faces as well, and then they try to guess who the impostors are. Telling one from the other is quite a challenge sometimes. And that is the best part. I highly recommend you try it, your celestial highness. It makes for a very interesting change of pace. And on this occasion, the privilege of branding, if you will, falls entirely to you, our honored celestial guests. Suppose I found all the impostors. What happens next? This is a data brand. Oh, she produces a shimmering slate featuring a string of fine inscriptions. Bless you. One of our off-world treasures. We handle it with the greatest care, and yet all of Thessera's jewels and miracles cannot compare to the resplendence of your glory, my celestial lord. When you find an impostor, you need only mark them with this wondrous brand. Analyzing. This brand is the property of the Ibex Venteris food factory. It was used to mark the meat of high-protein specimens of the planet's fauna. The inscription in Proto-Gothic translates to Grox on corpse feed. A revelation like that puts a whole new perspective on this quaint little game. At the end of the hunt, we hold a great feast. If you guess at least one of the impostors, you also win a fine prize. If you guess all four, there will be an even more special reward. I remember at one of the hunts, a servant played the role of a baron so well that all the lords unanimously granted him favor and let him keep the title and privileges of the nobility. Such a thing rarely happens, but who knows what the evening will bring. For tonight, it is you who will determine the worthy, my celestial lord. Did you just admit that there is a masquerading rabble among the Thessarian nobles? Illiterate, with no idea how to collect the tithes, or... By the throne, that explains so much. Go ahead, Governor, commence your charade. The sooner we start, the sooner we finish. It shall be done, Master Judicator. How does one find an impostor in the crowd? By the way they talk, by their lack of restraint. The unfamiliar delicacies overwhelm them so much that they lose control. Impostors are often scared of the responsibility that has fallen on their weak shoulders, and they try to stay close to the real nobles and imitate their rarefied manners. During the hunt, it is most worthwhile to pay attention to separate groups where conversation has already started. A frightened impostor will probably try to hide behind other people's backs. That's all I know, Lord. I will participate in the hunt. Marvelous! As soon as you are done with your search, I will be... The governor attempts to rise from the table, but gravity proves to be his superior. This brand leaves an almost invisible holographic mark on anyone it touches. Contains 4 charges. Perhaps you should stay here, my lord? I feel you may be right, Maeve. I will be waiting here, surrounded by savory dishes and plentiful amasec. Have a fruitful hunt, your celestial highness. Maeve, bring me a cup of amasec and make sure it's filled to the brim. It will be done, my lord Judicator. I wanted to talk to you without the observer they have attached to us overhearing. Did you get the sense that what is happening raises questions that lack coherent answers? If you have suspicions about the Thessarians, why have you not taken any action so far? Do not forget this have been nothing but cordial to us. I'm uneasy as well, on account of certain unusual circumstances. Which ones in particular? The governor's strange behavior, the remarkably lavish gifts, the change in personality, and all of that just before our arrival. You're not wrong. In particular, I would like to note the governor granting preferential treatment to our attendant. Perhaps he needs her unconditional trust to ensure that she does something, or, on the contrary, remains uninvolved at just the right moment. The governor barely manages to stay in his saddle, which is odd for a local nobleman. Not too odd considering Rollo's ravenous fondness for food and amasec, but an astute observation nonetheless. Remember the last mutant from the public execution? Something was off about him, and it wasn't just a physical deformity. Yes, mutation is a corruption that seldom leaves a person with a sound mind, but what the madman spouted on the scaffold and what he had done to himself was beyond the pale. The local beliefs, what is this tripe about altering your destiny? The God Emperor alone knows how many different cults of him there are. No two planets worship him in quite the same way, but only a heretic would wax poetic about altering a fate that was ordained by the fate once and for all. Never seen the writings of that madman Fault, the Chronicle of Fate. It's lunacy bordering on heresy. Not bordering. They are heresy writ large. But that is not what troubles me. What troubles me is that the madman succeeded in publishing them. The fact there was a mutant attack during a public execution with no clear or evident cause. The attack is unlikely to have been planned. Look too messy, shall we say. On the other hand, perhaps that's the best this backwater planet can do when it comes to plotting and scheming. I do not like the way the governor is using every means possible to stall our inquiry into the tithe. Indeed, at first one could mistake it for sycophancy and an attempt to appease the celestial guests, but the longer it goes on, the more apparent the criminal intent behind this stalling of the inevitable becomes. What's your conclusion? I have a theory, but I would like to hear yours first, lest my opinions influence your reasoning. There's something in Thessera's atmosphere that alters the human brain. Sooner or later, anyone who lives here becomes a clumsy idiot. No. You tell me, you're the sleuthing arbitrator. I'd wager this is a cult. The predicaments I get into usually involve a cult of some description. Heretical cults are not the only threat by far, but there is enough heresy on Thessera either way. My hypothesis is that this is not about the tithe. That is merely a pretext to keep us here long enough. But what for? We should play along for now. Let them think we've taken the bait, while we wait for an opportunity to seize control of the situation. For that, we need to agree on a signal to launch a coordinated assault. I will shout attack, thus forewarning the enemy as well. What would be the point? Fair and well, I'll take a drag on a low stick. That'll be my signal to strike. Understood. I mean, to be fair, mid-conversation, something, attack! Like, I feel like that would work plenty well. Your Emisec, my lord. I haven't spilled a drop. Without a word, the avatary hurls the drink on the pavement. The splash of Emisec is like a scarlet wound upon the stone that has been polished by 1,000 souls. Bro. That's fucked up. Like, huh, thanks. Yeah. What? You just going? You just went? Oh. Oh. The young noblewoman's hair is disheveled, her bodice stained with grime, and her mask pushed clumsily on top of her head. Holding her skirt high, she is trying her hardest to fight her way through the guards blocking the door. Just let me go, please, for throne's sake! She exclaims when the guards yet again push her aside. The woman notices you and attempts something resembling a curtsy, but stumbles and falls to her knees. I'm done. I just can't take it anymore. You're our celestial lord, aren't you? Yes, I am, but you do not look much like a noble lady. I'm a Ditka, your graciousness. I'm not a noble, not one bit. I just do the laundry and bleach the linens. I've never mixed in high society in my life. Forgive a fool, your graciousness. Why are you telling me this? According to the rules, you're meant to pose as a noble, then you get a reward. But I don't want no reward, my lord. I want to go back home. The woman hangs her head and clutches the lace frills on her dress. Her breathing stutters as she is racked with silent sobs. Why are you trying to escape? I want to get away before they start putting those brands on us. For the tricksters. I'm no kind of trickster, can't you see? I couldn't fool the groks. Why are you participating in the masquerade in the first place? It's not like they asked me nicely, your graciousness. They grabbed me, shoved me in distress, and threw me in here. Nobody here was asked. But I don't want to be anybody's toy. I have 3 boys and a girl. We starch our lords' and ladies' undergarments, and we work our fingers to the bone just to get enough scraps for the day. So what should I do with you? Please, your graciousness, by the God Emperor, just let me leave. Nobody who gets put in one of these get-ups ever comes back. If I stay, I won't see my home again. Just know it. I haven't done anything wrong. No one ever comes back? What is that supposed to mean? Just that, your graciousness. Doesn't matter if you get branded or not. Once the hunt is over, you're gone. This place is like a grok's pit. There's no way back. But I want to live. I want to be useful. Please let me go home. I'll place the brand on her. All hope fades from the woman's glistening eyes. She wipes her nose with her sleeve and lets out a dejected sigh. Pardon me, your graciousness. You've done as you should. Wasn't right of me to spoil your game. I will be keeping an eye on that. I'm gonna try and save her despite this. I don't want to give up the the game yet and make things sussy. You know what I'm saying? Lady in a golden mask, finely dressed woman, and man in jacket. Jacket, you say? A few nobles have gathered around an older man in a fine jacket. His eyes dart back and forth between them. I come from an honored dynasty. You can't. He keeps trying to approach someone, but they all recoil from him as if he were a leper. The mob's instigator, a lady in a golden mask, exclaims furiously, "Oh, listen to the songs of this poor wretch. He thinks the bath they gave him makes him look like a nobleman." Upon noticing you, the crowd parts. In a peevish voice, the woman drawls, "We ask that our celestial lord brand this peasant." Among the hushed crowd, you single out a young woman in a half-mask and a gorgeous dress who is watching intently from the side. Explain to me what exactly is going on here. Your Celestial Highness, we have exposed one of the impostors. There he is, the one in the jacket, still clinging to his facade. You want to brand him quickly. My Celestial Lord, I'm begging you to listen to me. This man is a member of a noble family. He's being slandered. Look closely at him. People around you are shouting, their masks blurring. Why are you standing up for him? I'm just a commoner in a fancy dress, my lord. This man's my master. I know I'm supposed to be playing the part of a rich girl, but I've served many lords, you see, and Sir Timaeus is the only one who treats his servants with gentleness. I want to protect him from these cruel people. Are you aware that your servant is trying to protect you, Sir Timaeus? The old man adjusts his mask in surprise. His eyes scan the crowd again and come to rest on the finely dressed young woman. Oh, that's Renka, my house servant. What is she? Protecting me, you say? She has no idea what game she's got herself mixed up in. Forgive me, my girl. His lip quivers as he grips his cane more tightly and breathes in deeply before suddenly taking a step back. Here she is, the real imposter! The house girl, Renka. She admitted it to herself, to the Celestial Lord. How could you schemers ever think of deceiving our supreme benefactor? Turn to the crowd. Do you truly believe this man to be a commoner in disguise? This man is a noble. Why are you so intent on painting him as otherwise? There's not a word of a lie in what we have said. This travesty of a nobleman was granted his privileges less than 100 years ago. A family of upstarts who have elevated themselves through peddlery. For any true-born noble, he is no different from a masquerading peasant. I'm ready to brand the impostor. Place the data brand on the young woman in the fine dress. It'll go on her. Man, this is actually like, damn, this feels wrong as fuck. But I'm evil. I'm evil. I'm evil. I'm evil. I'm evil. I'm evil. Mark the good woman. Fuck. I'm evil. I'm a heretic. I'm evil. Fuck. I hate this. I want to be a good boy. Picking the mean decision is hurting my feelings. The young woman's face turns pale as marble behind her half-mask. She casts a seething look at the man in the jacket and lowers her eyes. The man, meanwhile, sighs with relief and says, "Thank you. I knew that no intrigue could fool the Celestial Lord." Okay. It's just a game. No! It's the bad decision. It's hurting my feelings. The two men in clergy robes are bickering loudly. The older of the pair is eating with great appetite while the younger one watches him in disgust. Your overindulgence is poor hypocrisy. A true servant of the faith would have abstained. A true servant of the faith must keep his strength out so that he may offer the God Emperor not just words but deeds as well. Celestial Lord, how fortunate is your arrival. Only you can solve this conundrum. Holy shit, these are insane skill checks at this point. And decide which of us is the true clergyman of noble birth and which is the arrogant impostor. Apart from their age, the two men before you look fairly similar. All sons of the ecclesiarchy are as one in their indomitable faith. May I, Shireen? If there is one thing in life has taught me, it's how to read people. This one, his face so fresh and glossy, is like a nice fat grox. You can't gain all that weight overnight. And his voice, a true delight. I'll wager people must stand in line for a chance to confess to his holiness in private. Who cares how many holy texts he knows by heart? As for the old man, he's acting exactly like a half-dead footfall vagrant who has just stumbled upon a proper meal. His robes might as well be hanging from a long stick, but I will bet a bottle of Calixian wine that he is earnest in his faith, if only because folks like him have no other choice. I need to ask you a few questions. Yeah, I also think it's the old man. I need to ask you a few questions first in order to identify the imposter. The old priest gives you a reserved nod, meanwhile the younger one turns his entire body to face you, like a student being evaluated. What awaits the Emperor's servant after death? Should they serve faithfully, the Emperor will preserve their souls in his hall. It is customary on Thessera to believe in sacred reincarnation, thus the worthy may serve the Emperor for all eternity. You have encountered many variations of the God Emperor's cult in your time, but never have you heard of reincarnation after death. A religious teaching such as this seems strange and exotic, even for a nondescript, half-forgotten planet like Thessera. Hello, Alnico Scallop. Weird name. Scallop? Why Scallop in the name? Do you like scallops? What would you say is the role of knowledge in the Imperium? There are no barriers to learning the word of the Emperor and to conquering all that he has given unto us. Have you read the manuscript of our scribe, Gogorius Fault? I hear he has left his craft behind now, but his research shines on with the light of true worship. Knowledge depraves the soul, as does reading letters that are not meant to be read. Their judgments are like the two sides of a single coin. There's value in both, but neither one constitutes the whole. By what name are the warriors born from the blood of the Emperor's sons known? The heralds of the Celestial Master, gods amongst men. The Emperor's angels. They descend upon the land to smite down his enemies. You see respect in the old man's eyes, and fear. I'm ready to pass verdict. I'm gonna trust Jay. A man grits his teeth and turns here. My blood may be fouler than coal, but at least I've earned my robes. Does that mean that he was the actual priest? Damn it. I guess I gotta do this again. Because I want to see, what the other one would say. I feel like the other one would throw up a big stink if he was the actual, the one that I actually accused. Oh, you notice a marked difference between the builds of Coral Men. The older priest's body is gaunt, unlike that of the smooth-faced youth. Also, the younger priest has the melodious voice of a singer, while the old man's speech is clear and powerful. Why? Well, yes, I did skip the lectorium once or twice, it's true, but I am still a proper noble, I swear it on my honor. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's clearly the, it's the old man. The old man's the old man the old man is the one that's not a nobleman. Fuck. Hey, you want a Twizzler? Your entire face lit up when I offered you a Twizzler, by the way. You're like, yeah. Oh, marks of warp corruption. In the wavering torchlight, you see a glint of steel. One of the jacket-clad young men is pressing a blade against the other's rib. A mask lies discarded at the attacker's feet. Noticing you, the trembling victim cries out, "Your Highness, save me!" "Do not interfere, outsider. This man deserves to be punished along with all of Thessera's rotten elite. They see people as just things to be worn. Let him look me in the eye and find out what it feels like to be cut to pieces." You You realize that the weapon pressed against the victim's body is none other than a pair of expertly sharpened tailor's scissors. Local folk and their strange amusements. They're not worth our time. What's going on here? He's a tailor from the lower city. He's gone mad. He thinks I'm wearing the face of his brother, my valet. Admit it. You killed him and took his face so you could wear it instead of a costume. I haven't heard from my brother in a moon life. Blackness has utterly enshrouded this man. How can one dispense righteous punishment in such blinding darkness? Examine the victim's face. Noble Lord's features are stretched and distorted. The edges of his neck, forehead, and cheeks are fastened to the sides with fine gold thread. Peering into the nobleman's face, you realize that the stretched skin is his own. You see no scars or stitches. It appears this is merely his way of improving his looks and imitating people of higher standard. Intervene and free the victim. Damn, punch the shit out of him. You capture Sid, deftly plunge him into the attacker's knees. Sensing his tormentor's grip weakening, the victim slips free and hides behind you. This madman bribed the guards so that they would ignore my cries. I'm sure they'll be singing a different tune when they find out the Celestial Lord had to intervene personally. Tell me about Thessera's rotten elite. They're parasites. They tear whoever they wanted to pieces. These scums squeeze into a person's skin like it's a suit that's 2 sizes too small, splitting the seams in the process. Skin suits and splitting seams? Preposterous! Your brother was rewarded for his talents with the best assignment he could hope for. Maybe he just decided he wanted nothing to do with you anymore. Your Celestial Highness, if such were your will, you could send servants to the dressmaker this very moment to find this man's brother alive and well. His words are soaked in grey with flashes of copper desperation breaking through. But of the swampy muck of deceit, I see nothing. This man has never undergone the local facial replacements procedure. He's wearing his own face. Do not be deceived. Look closer. This scoundrel is simply hiding his stitches. Thinks he can trick an expert tailor, but it's a wasted effort. Tell me about this valet. It's very simple, Your Celestial Highness. His younger brother has a way with clothes. I noticed him when I was looking for new servants, and I sent the boy to apprentice under a renowned dressmaker in the upper quarters. I thought I could make him my valet, you see. But then this fool decided that I took his brother, not because of his talent, but to use him for my rejuvenation. Why would I even need a new face? I haven't even worn out my own yet. Place the brand on the vigilante. Not a single muscle twitches on the attacker's face. Play your games all you want. My mission will not change. Thank you for intervening, Your Celestial Highness. You found all the imposters. Yay! Was that actually, like, all the real imposters? Yeah, almost certainly. Like, all of those were, in fact, lowborns in the highborn area dressed like highborns, so I'm guessing that's exactly what was meant for me to find. Down, Gara. Bad beast. Very bad. I apologize, Your Celestial Highness. How is your imposter hunt going? Gara. My darling pet. She's guarding the Shimperiuses. Every once in a while, she gets an allowance in the form of Alcedon bones. What has it done wrong? She almost ripped off my finger along with a slice of Alcedon. It's my fault for forgetting their predators, albeit domesticated ones. You have reduced a beast born to hunt and kill to a domesticated pet. Without purpose and discipline, both man and animal alike are destined for degradation. Solomon nods at Glyto, who is completely unfazed by the multitude of delicacies. See? This is the level of obedience and dignity we should strive for. Solomon, you may ask the governor your questions. If I can amuse the esteemed judicator with conversation, I will be only too glad to. But of course, I've always wanted to try my hand at casual small talk. Solomon folds his arms imperiously over his chest, somehow becoming even taller in stature and broader in shoulders. Tell me about the Laceraxes, Governor. Such fascinating creatures. Where did you get them from? I cannot tell you off the top of my head. Are there not many planets that have Laceraxes? I received these beasts a long time ago as a gift. It is well known that Laceraxes can only be found on Janus. Can they? I was sure they were a common beastie. I might have embarrassed myself there, but I would be glad to talk about something else. Do not judge me harshly. I'm just trying to get into the festive mood as best I can. We could certainly change the subject. I would like to note that I find your youth-extending face transplant procedure amazing. Does Thessera possess any other unique knowledge or items brought over from your homeworld? What is that world called, by the way? Ah, my native Edex. Ah, my native Edex. Unfortunately, I have not introduced much from it beyond the art of changing faces, but perhaps the Celestial Lord has taken a liking to some of Thessera's original creations? Wink at Solomon and take the comm beat from your ear. I was presented with this pearl that whispers great secrets and mysteries. What a marvel. I was told it is an artifact from Edex. Oh, yes, the famous Edexian pearls of revelation. I often use them myself to keep my mind receptive to new ideas. I was interested in the musical servitors. They can only have been brought to you by the Crimson Priests, correct? Can you tell me why they visited the planet? I think they were the Red Robes who arrived to celebrate the ascendance of a new governor. That's me. Why would servants of the Omnissiah care who had taken the throne of a technologically undeveloped world? I was too overjoyed at their appearance to ask. A gesture of deference, I suppose? Who could ever understand those mysterious Crimson Priests? Indeed. The Tech Priests are famous for having many vocations outside of pursuing technology and discovering new knowledge, like music and visits of courtesy. Thank you for your conversation, Governor. I've learned everything I wanted to know. They say people go missing after the imposter hunt. What do you make of this? Well, your Celestial Highness must have been listening to a lot of gossip. Who cares where the rabble goes afterwards? However, I can assure you that the victors are often sent into my personal service. We call it the highest favor, and today it will be up to you to choose whom it should be bestowed upon. The Governor's dragging out his words as if he's not entirely sure of them himself, or is not telling you something. I've concluded my search. Delightful! I will immediately summon the court for a final celebration of hypocrisy. And who knows? Perhaps today one of the impostors will be lucky enough to earn your favor. Most radiant ladies and noble lords, I hereby declare the impostor hunt officially over. The participants of our masquerade... Oh, that's cute. It's sitting there. T-posing. Unmoving. Anyway. Already stand before you. Did you guess correctly? Did you expose them all? Please, don your oculars and have a good look. Not one noble was permitted to hunt the impostors this time, my lord. Still, knowing their penchant for such games, I do suspect they tried to make their guesses anyway, quietly, among themselves. All these impostors have been found out by none other than our celestial guest, Malachi von Valancius. An unsurpassable show, your celestial highness. Bravo! Bravo! Maeve, present our gift. The wearer gains... Ooh, that's really good. Your Celestial Highness is an honored guest of Thessera. Would you like to say a few words of guidance to our beautiful world? Solomon, perhaps you have something to say? I'm quite good at saying the word guilty. Would that satisfy you? I understand, your Celestial Highness. All this talking in ceremony and protocol, it's enough to knock anyone off their feet. But believe me when I say that we are nearing the end. And now, good lords and ladies, the time has come to make the fateful decisions. There is not but one true reward, the highest favor, that any branded impostor desires. Please, your Celestial Highness, tell us, is there among these people one worthy of the rogue trader's favor? I choose the tailor. As you wish. With a chuckle, the man twirls his scissor around his finger and sets off for the castle. Damn. You hear venomous laughter from among the crowd and recognize Bluff's voice. As the square drowns in the clamor... Where is Bluff? Where's that? Ah, there he is. Found him. As the square drowns in the clamor and applause of Gawkers who were spectating in game, you look around for the court fool but cannot spot him anywhere. He's right there. Such is His Celestial Highness's brilliant decision, which for some may have been fateful indeed, and finally the hour you have all been waiting for. The concluding part of our conclusion. The Great Feast. Laceraxis. Dinner is served. The cyber Laceraxis lumens glow blood red before the condemned can even scream. The beast pounce on their prey with hungry snarls. Oh.
Have I been branded? He tricks me. Gotta stop! I'm your master. Maeve, help! Maeve, I'm sorry.
Well then. That's less than awesome.
I know what is to come. Was that you? Or
Hit it again. Get some poison going on the bee. Guess it didn't work, but still.
why did I not foresee this?
I don't know, why didn't you?
Help me, Lord Captain.
I'd love to, but it's not my turn yet. Okay, we've got low momentum right now, which is not good. Ah, son of a bitch.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Fuck is this? Oh, it's the static charge. Yeah, that thing's gonna explode. Hmm. Oh,
Don't you need a breathing navigator?
not really, no. Set that down there. Yep. Mark, mark, mark. Shoot him. Shoot him again. Yeah, they're the ones that need it. Oh, fuck. Alright, just blind that thing, I guess. Okay, is this thing gonna die? It's gonna be 28 damage, though. No, that's not gonna kill. Nope. Damn, Soulborn went down. Glad was probably gonna follow.
My prescience has failed me.
Nah, you're fine. Probably. Blow him up.
Request approved.
Put that there. Wait, it was just gonna keep slashing, I'm assuming? Yeah. Oh well. That's so much damage, dude. Goddamn.
You've got a problem, I've got a price.
Why the fuck would you not just walk a straight line, dude?
I will.
These things are definitely strong. And I keep forgetting to do it proper.
What happened was no accident, and if my suspicions are correct... Glyto, analyze.
We've all been branded. The dog's visor shimmers as it scans his skin with a mesh of arrays. Finally, there's a metallic click in the descending hum of cooling servo motors. Proctor's augmetics respond with a soft buzz.
A data brand. The court fool must put it on me when he shook my hand. Then the Lacerexes attacked everyone who had been marked. However, the beasts were not all that eager to tear you apart, rogue trader. It appears you are wanted alive, but without protection.
Oh God, Emperor. Forgive and protect his soul. Forgive and protect.
Roldo mentioned being branded before he died. Can you scan him too, Solomon?
At his master's command, Glyto directs his scan rays at the dead man's severed hand, which somehow avoided being reduced to shreds along with the rest of the body. The Cybermaster's augmetics emitted a warning signal.
Roldo was branded too. He couldn't have known, or else he would not have doomed himself like that. I assume this is likewise the work of that buffoon. The only question is whether he was acting of his own accord, or at the behest of someone more important. Whose soul are you praying for, Maeve?
My brother's, my lord. I had a feeling he wasn't acting himself lately. If I'd known he had fallen in with scoundrels, I would have found them and strangled them with my own hands.
What reason could your brother have to want to get an arbitrator's blood on his hands?
It's a mystery to me too, my celestial lord. I think about it and I can't even imagine why. Lately it's like he's not himself. He keeps muttering these awful rhymes about blood and fate. It's like he's waiting for something, but I just can't understand what.
Roldo called your name before he died.
No idea what's going on. I'm so confused. Could it be I'm just dreaming? Is this just a horrible nightmare? For a second there I thought... No, I'm sorry, it's impossible.
You thought what?
I thought it was my brother calling my name, not Lord Roldo. But Dane wasn't there. I just imagined it in my fright.
You think back to Roldo's last moments, it is hard to tell for certain, but it really did seem as though his voice had changed. It sounded younger, less strained, as if he had cast off a mask. So who is to be considered the governor now?
If only I knew, my celestial lord. If only I knew. How do I know I can trust you, Maeve? I swear by the Emperor himself, I am unblemished before you in spirit and thought. That is what any cornered heretic would swear to try to save their life. But I really had nothing to do with any of it, my lord. All I was told to do was entertain our celestial guests and chaperone them to the castle for taunts. Instead, there's just gore and death everywhere. I need to take a look around. As you wish, my celestial lord. Alright, what's this? Dangerous neighbors. Synth feed. If the wearer ends their turn with any adjacent familiar, that familiar regains wounds. Meh.
The world trembles beneath my feet.
Alright, so what's this? Don't care. Care a little. Don't care. Don't care. Care a little. That being said, I don't think I should go back and like heal everybody's trauma. Ooh. Ooh. Whenever the wielder blocks an attack, the attacker must pass. Ooh. No.
I tread a path unexplored.
Yeah, let's just go through the palace. Let's not gonna cheat. I'm not gonna cheat. Oh, something over here. Am I supposed to go through my void ship? Now I'm confused. Can I not go through here to the castle? I figured this would be the gate. Or this. Yeah, no, it's just this place. I'll bring Earliad instead of him. She's a better shot.
Embrace true.
I feel real shitty about you know, actually picking the common folk. You should. Very evil. Yeah. Because I knew it was gonna be bad. I just had to talk to her, apparently. Please. Maeve breaks off as Solomon walks by, brushing past her with his shoulder. Before examining the elevator with a fault-finding eye. Not daring to speak again, the young woman makes a gesture of invitation and steps onto the platform herself. No sooner have you stepped onto the elevator than a short metallic clang comes from somewhere above you. But yeah, I knew— ah, fuck! I knew some fuck shit was gonna happen. I just didn't know what. I love how all of us were cowering, and Glyta was just standing there, menacingly. I hope you enjoyed my bloodthirsty menagerie. You instantly recognize the spiteful voice and the cocky smirk of the fool's mask. The arm that is mauled by the cybermassive at the first meeting hangs limply. He has not even bothered to bandage it. Moon, it's Zinch. Still acting the buffoon. Some people never learn. Solomon gestures behind his back to the cybermassive, sending him off on a circuit along the wall. A pulsing light draws your attention. Against the far wall, an old man stands behind an ominous-looking altar. The heavily augmented man stares in wonder at the flashes of blue light snaking through the veins of Thercertium in the floor and walls. Crystals in his eye sockets gleam and go dark in time with the flashes. At once you recognize him as the sculptor who offered to carve your visage out of Thercertium. The old man does not seem to notice you. All his attention is focused on the strange altar. Tadua the executioner stands behind the fool and gives you a crooked smile. Nearby, Lucra, the fortress commander, keeps a sullen vigil. He's got a... That's a skull at the end of that mace. Interesting. His hand never leaves the handle of his weapon. Bodyguards for a private conversation. Isn't that a bit much?
Times are troubled, as you know. I want everything to go according to plan.
The governor's dead. Was it your doing?
Oh, don't be ridiculous. I could swallow man whole even if I wanted to.
The Lacerax, fool. You unleashed it on the governor. Don't try to deny it.
Well, it seems humor is not part of the vocabulary of the Emperor's servants, but truth should be. You see, that governor was a fraud, a fake, not worth crying over. The true governor of Thessera stands before you, esteemed guests.
Dane, come on. Don't say things like that. It's not right. It's...
Shut up, idiot! You can't even do as you're told!
Take off the mask. I want to see whom I'm speaking to. What was it that Maeve should have done, Bluff?
Bring you here, to the altar of change, and not ask... Fuck, I've got hiccups. And not ask... Bring you here to the altar of change, and not ask questions. So simple, but you couldn't even manage that.
And I, according to your plan, was supposed to die.
Exactly. Exactly. I don't need you, but don't worry, I've planned for this as well. Tavrisk, are you ready?
Solomon turns slightly away from the fool and makes a series of furtive hand signals, telling you to stall while the Cyber Mastiff gets in position. The preparations are complete, my lord. Barely able to take his eyes off the dark altar, the sculptor hobbles towards the edge of the balcony. The Serra's not your homeworld, is that right?
I see you've already found me out, eh? That's right. I was born and raised on Idex, the greatest world in all the Imperium. I'll never forget that mix of plasteel and ferrocrete, the glitter of proud spires, and the eternal humiliation of my appointment.
Why were you sent to Thessera?
To serve the Imperium faithfully and honestly, why else? Our all-knowing administratum benefits if all the feudal throne... It benefits if the feudal throne is occupied by someone with an intelligence level higher than a Grox's. A golden shove for all my diligent service on Edex. I packed my bags and came here to govern this backwater. What a joke. What?
I am being called. I will be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. My sister wanted to know if I had watched K-pop Demon Hunters. That's it. That was it. That was the whole thing. If you are the real governor, why bother masquerading as the fool? I've always preferred masks to those mugs. Besides, who would take the poor wretched fool seriously? Who would suspect? I found a replacement. Rualdo wanted to play at power, and I graciously let him. Pity he didn't rule for long. I, on the other hand, had a costume change and took a seat among the spectators. I sharpened my wit. I even began to enjoy it. And all of it for this one day. This exact moment. The Avatar gives you a subtle nod. The Cyber Mastiff is close enough for a decisive lunge. I suppose the irregularities with the tide were part of your plan too? Oh yes, one small part for the grand design. To be precise, the first bait you had to take. Which you did, with commendable zeal. This concept was simple: disrupt the shipment and provoke a response. An ingenious trap that the RBTs walked right into. But fate granted me a special boon. You were caught in my net along with them, Malachi. You didn't trap anyone. You shot yourself in the foot. Only an idiot would think they could outmatch a rogue trader and a proctor together. Your scribe Gogorius Fault left some intriguing notes behind, and in them he appears to be describing the switching of bodies. Is that part of your plan? You are perceptive. My previous experiments were failures. You've met some of them, particularly Fault himself. Remember the crazy mutant by the Phasmophorius? Oh, you should have seen your face. And you will. This time it will work. What is the Altar of Change? A great artifact which Tavris carved from this planet's unique gift, the Certium. Take a good look at it while you still can. Governor, fool, or perhaps you're just a madman, Bluff. Do I have to be any one thing? Lovely piece, isn't it? You see Solomon's hand signal out of the corner of your eye. Glyto leaps, but does not reach the fool. The Psycho moves at the same time. A flash of light and everything goes dark. You're surrounded by the smell of old rust. I knew taking that necklace was going to be bad. It's why I did it. Darkness reluctantly retreats. The pain comes first, throbbing in your head, then the metallic taste in your mouth, and finally the feel of the hard floor, chafing your stinging cheek. Look around. You see Bluff through the bars of the cage. The mocking smile on his sinister mask seems to grow even broader. Or is it a trick of the light? Maeve, as white as a sheet with a dark abrasion on her face, weeps quietly as she stands stock still beside the fool. No, she doesn't. She's all the way back there. There are markings on the floor at your feet. A crooked circle bordered by unholy symbols. Bluff is standing in the center of an identical circle. You hear a quiet, measured scraping sound, an old man's muttering coming from the depths of the hall. The few words you manage to catch sound nothing like Gothic. Rogue Trader, can you hear me? Glyto's unconscious next to him. I'm very upset about that. You turn to the voice. Solomon is trapped in one of the side cells. Apart from a bleeding bruise on his forehead, he appears unharmed. Maeve's necklace is more than just a pretty bauble, I take it. Much more, you see. With the right knowledge, the right tools, and some complex rituals, people can transform a simple, dirty blue pebble from the depths of Thessera into something truly special. However, it's a bit late for you to do anything with that information. You alright, Solomon? I'm fine. Looks away for a moment, then back to you. Under Bluff's unwavering gaze, he cannot communicate any more clearly. You look up the way Solomon indicated. Glyto lies motionless in the middle of the room. Judging by the flickering lumens on his implants, the dog is still alive. When I get out of here, you are dead. Enough chit-chat! Tavrisk, begin! The old man with the Thessertium eyes, wheezing raspily, spews a torrent of unholy words from his toothless mouth. And the markings beneath your cage seem to breathe in, glowing with a crimson light. Maeve's gaze leaps from you to Bluff in alarm. Tear-reddened eyes widen as she realizes what is happening. Dane, stop! Her slight form crashes into the fool, pushing him out of the center of the circle. The world explodes into shards, suffused with a blinding light that burns out your eye sockets, incinerates the air in your lungs, and makes your heart shudder in your chest. And finally, the darkness descends, impenetrable and absolute, encompassing everything. It cradles you, dissolving everything that was once you, everything that once was. You're bobbing like a boat tossed upon the waves. Colors and sounds meld into a cacophony, stirring up nausea in this exhausted body. You blink and the patches of color fall into place. Or do they? Do they? Across from you, in the cage, you see a frightened, disoriented face, an expression you have never seen in a mirror. At your feet lies a gaudy mask that has fallen from the fool's face. Covering his wrinkled visage with both hands, the ugly and enraged governor of Thessera rises, hastily on trembling legs.
Seize her! Seize Maeve!
The guard takes a heavy step in your direction. The look on his face promises nothing pleasant. Solomon, now! A sweet melodious voice rings out, not yours. Glyto, attack! Your head swims, and through the haze you recognize the figure of a guard, coming closer and closer with no sign of stopping. Your gaze sweeps over the room, searching for a way out, a solution, until somewhere at the periphery of your vision you notice a streak of scarlet. The cybermastiff's visors lighting up, giving you a chance to run. Got his ass. And him. Alright, I am now a woman. I have been nerfed. Oh, Glyto's with me. And there's a horse too. Your mind is a loose shard, cast out into nothingness, screaming in the voices of thousands of lives. Are they your lives? Or do they belong to another? The blood cracks, branch out, biting into every scrap of disjointed thought, ravaging, hungering to shatter what little of your own self remains. A cry gurgles in the depths, a plea to make the torment stop and let you dissolve in unconsciousness. But something has sunk its claws into you, keeping you in place, fusing you back together piece by piece. Methodically and tortuously, continues to skewer the shreds of your identity onto the thread of existence in an attempt to outpace the all-consuming void. Your memories of the last several minutes are incoherent and painful. The flash of sorcery, the leap into the unknown, Solomon shouting something. He gave Glyto an order, but what order was it? Any attempt you make to process what happened only pulls you deeper into unconsciousness. Damn! You are wrenched suddenly out of oblivion by a blunt, merciless bite. You try to breathe and hear your own ragged wheeze. Sight gradually returns to you, and an angry horse's head emerges from the mist. You're back. You're alive. Shout. Your shout is as thin as a death cry and unbearably shrill. Still, it is just strong enough to make the creature stop trying to bite you and back off. Memories that are not your own tear into your mind, replacing your thoughts. It occurs to you that someone else used to scare all the monsters away. A big brother, so funny and always smiling. With some effort you manage to force his gentle face out of your head. Rise to your feet. You sway as if from sickness, all your limbs feeling impossibly fragile, scrawny legs, frail arms. These do not belong to you. This is a costume and it is not yours. It does not fit your status. It is the wrong size, and it still carries greasy traces of its former owner inside. You're overcome with the urge to tear off your flesh and throw it away like a worn glove. You gather your will and repress the desire to peel all the skin off. The mad impulse recedes. Wow, that was a close one, actually. The memories that linger in this body may yet prove useful. To complete the picture, you have no choice but to look into a nearby water trough at your reflection. You see familiar features. Some unnatural force has dragged you out of your body and into that of Maeve, Rualdo's lady-in-waiting. Now that you have spent some time in this stable, you feel a little more accustomed to your new limbs. But where is your own mortal shell? Rummage through the scraps. A mountain of vegetable waste rises up ahead, next to which stands a rusty pitchfork. Your attention is drawn to something pale pink, half buried under the waste and looking suspiciously like a limb. Pick up the pitchfork. This could be a decent weapon, if not for one problem. You lack the strength to pull it free from the earth. Investigate the waste. You pull out the strange object from the pile. What emerges is a human forearm, crudely severed at the elbow. The horse behind you sniffs and cranes its neck. Take the arm. You pick up what used to be someone's arm. The horse looks at the dead fingers greedily. The Cybermastiff does not respond to nudges and commands. The lumens on its head are blinking with troubling agitation. The creature that dragged you out of unconsciousness turns out to be a muddy brown horse. In the darkness, the beast follows you with its large black eyes. It looks hungry and frightened. Look around the stable. The horse must have smashed through the stall to reach you. You immediately note the empty trough and the fetid pile of vegetable tops under your feet. For the moment, the approach to the rotting waste is blocked by an iron fence. The horse whinnies restlessly as it casts its eyes toward the barrier. There's a good horse. You weren't trying to eat me, were you? The horse watches you cautiously. You can see thick strings of saliva dripping from its lips. The horse is behaving oddly, lurking in the shadows. You must have spooked it when you came to. Toss the corpse part over the stable door. The animal's nostrils flare in agitation. It pauses for a second, watching the arm's trajectory, then trots after the treat with a rumble. Damn. Snorting frantically, the horse hurtles toward the stable door and smashes straight through. The sight of the stable hand standing in the doorway portends nothing good for you. The man's face is savage. Glinting in his hand is meat cleaver. Call for help. You take a deep breath and scream as loud as you can. Your voice rings pitifully. This cry may be your last. You see a new reflection in the blade of the cleaver. There's no way out. At least this foray into the life of Thessarian peasantry has been a short one. An abrupt metallic clang rattles the stable. Something very heavy is coming your way at terrifying speed. Good boy, Glyto. This why I fuck with you heavy. This why I fuck with you heavy. Good boy, Glyto. The cleaver, raised for a strike, falls from the man's hand as he screams, assailed by a whirlwind of fangs, fur, and metal. Having emerged, you fuck whomst? Hey, I am a white woman right now. I have been turned into a white woman. It is not my fault. Having emerged from the gloom, the Cybermastiff does not give the stable hand even a single chance. After ripping out a part of his spine, the beast spits out the corpse and looks up at you. Glyto, you've recovered? Glyto stares at you for a while, then barks and turns to scan the area. He's clearly waiting for orders. Cybermastiff listened only to his Arbiti's master, but now Glyto is here. He's followed you through the trapdoor, which must mean that his master is dead. Well, I've got Glyto now. Glyto, not Glyto. Oh, he has way less health. He is severely weakened, and so am I. Local inhabitants come down the slope, look hostile in the extreme. The vilest of them is missing an eye, but he makes sure to keep his remaining one fixed on you. Hey, puppet! Where'd you get that dress? You know, my bride-to-be would love to wear that dress, like a dress like that on her wedding day. Would you lend it to her? Listen here, Grox shit. Us from the underbelly have ways to repay those who go after our own. In the same coin. Got it? So you're one of us, then. Alright. I hear you. Just stay off my turf from now on, yeah? Let us let you pass, having seemingly lost all interest in you. Hey, you know how it is, mate. You know how it is. The wheel is similar to the ones used to raise the enormous elevator in the central square. This one, however, is completely rusted through with age. I wasn't sure if it was with or another word, so I went and double-checked. No shame in verifying. The enormous gate is locked fast. Where are they? My eyes. My precious eyes. They've melted. Sucks to suck, big man. Flop your powdered face, you stupid girl! What if it fell on someone's head? Skill issue. We spent the whole day hooking up that thing. I've got to go do it all over again. Get out of here before we break anything else. Maeve's coming. Maybe she's pinched a few lordly leftovers for us again. Got any food? No? Keep walking. I've sunken malodorous mud. The houses, if one can call them that, are packed together like boobas on a plague-stricken body. Dear me, look at her, covered in dirt from head to toe. Something happened. She just belonged in this bug-ridden place, poor soul. And somebody's nice to her. Water. Water. Useless swine. Can't even deliver a cartload of belongings without breaking something. What's that knocking? Maybe is that you? Hold on, I'll get it. I appreciate it. Yeah, come on in. Never thought a thing like this would happen in my time. A new celestial lord has paid us a visit. They say he descended from the sky on a great bird of iron, and he stepped out of his belly clad in golden armor. And you saw him was blinded by the splendor. That's his anointed for you. Rubbish! I heard that tale before, and only an idiot would believe it. He's a nobleman like any other, just a more important one. Treats everyone like dirt and pushes his people around worse than any of our own nobles do. But that's the way it is, isn't it? It's the God Emperor's will that their place be at the top and ours in the dust. That's how the world works, yeah? Next thing you know, the Celestial Lord will make this whole place his own. Oh, I wish it was like you said. Something tells me bad things are coming now that he's here. I heard the new Celestial Lord. Wait, look, there's Maeve over there. She served the Celestial Lord herself. She could tell us all about it. Hey, Maeve! You want me to tell you about the Celestial Lord? Well, I do know a thing or two. I heard that when Bluff the court fool handed him the key to Thessera, the Celestial Lord didn't so much as touch the gift. He ordered a servant to take it. He shuns the rabble, same as any nobleman would. That was what happened, wasn't it, Maeve? Well, almost. The governor's gift wasn't to his liking, and Roldor was punished severely for it. Now every time the Celestial Lord so much as looks at him, he quivers in his teeth. No. Well, it may have been... However, that's when his servant pulled out a big bag of thrones and showered the poor with them wherever the Celestial Lord went. Haven't you heard? I told you, he's just not just any Celestial Lord, but one of the God Emperor's anointed. Benefactor. Be quiet, will you? Let me speak. Have you heard about the mutant disaster? Everyone wanted to blame the commander of the execution, but the Celestial Lord interfered and was merciful. It was like I'm telling it, wasn't it, Maeve? It was just like you said. Trio falls silent for a while, leaves lost in their own thoughts. Maeve, you got closer to him than anyone else here. How did he treat you? Yeah, Maeve, tell us. What's it like to be around one of the God Emperor's anointed? If it had been me there, I know I couldn't have said a word in his presence. You never know what to expect from someone of such a rank. For all you know, you say the wrong thing, and he has your tongue ripped out and roasted and served to you on a plate. What's that look for? It happened before, I wouldn't lie. Celestial Lord allowed me to sing for him till sundown. The Celestial Lord was amicable and kind to me. Just a quick glance, just to walk on the same ground he stepped on. If we had rulers like that, we could all breathe more freely. Why can't they make mercy their new custom instead of wearing those sewed-on faces? Oh, have you heard about Lord Grimley's new wife? I am not charismatic enough. The fox in your companion's hand is speaking in your own voice. There's no need for concern. The proctor and I are in the middle of examining the documents, together with the governor. I'll be back as soon as we're done here. Shut up, little whispers. Oh, they're really acting up. You know what? I don't care what the Lord Captain said. Something's wrong. Okay, Morag. Am I the only one who can hear the strange notes in the Alantak's voice? We must head to the top. First that elevator, now the rogue trader stuck in the local archive. Intuition tells me they are making fools of us, and we are playing right into their hands by standing around down here. It's me, Malachi. No. Rejoice, one and all, for rogue trader Von Valancius has returned to you. Your Popper's declaration silences the group momentarily, and they stare at you in utter bewilderment. Someone lets out an awkward chuckle. Isn't that the meek little lady in waiting that was assigned to my Shireen? Looks like she's lost the Lord Captain too, and her sanity to boot. His colors. It is as though they had been copied from those I usually see around the Lord Captain. I'll be damned. Either I'm completely out of my mind, or... Oh, that's just insane. The Lord Captain, in the body of that court lady. That's rich whispers. I am Malachi von Valancius, heir to Theodora von Valancius, who perished in the course of Conrad Voidfier's treachery. What else must I dredge up from my past to make you believe me? Look, I have Solomon's Cybermastiff with me. Would he order his dog to guard some Thessarian chit? If anything could cause Solomon to be parted with his faithful dog, it would be a threat to the Lord Captain. I've fallen victim to profane sorcery. I need my body back. Your retinue hesitates. Some exchange puzzled glances while others frown and look at you intently, as if hoping to see obvious signs of sorcery. This one. Not the most skillful attempt, little mouse. Our Shireen would have come up with something better. Fuck you, Jay! This is why you a bitch! We need to get upstairs. Just trust me on this. You'll find the rogue trader at the top. Tell the shuttle pilot to take us there. He won't listen to me. This is just to stop puzzling over your identity and start acting seems to have had an effect. At least no one's arguing with you anymore. Yeah, that's kind of what I expected to happen. Yeah, I was like, that's just a wall. When the dust clears, you see the familiar hall. The fool is fearfully hunched close to the cage in which you, or rather your body, is sitting. Your face is awash with tears, your lip is split, and a vox lies next to you. In a cage to the side stands Solomon, glaring through the bars at the true governor of Thessera. Upon seeing you and Glyto, the proctor straightens. It seems he was just waiting for your return. Without taking his intent gaze from you, he gives you a slow nod. He's ready to fight.
But how did you... The elevator! Damn it! Why'd you have to make all this commotion? Why couldn't you just sit in a cage out of the way and wait for the ritual to be completed? Tavris, move!
The ritual is nearly complete, my lord. The altar of change is ready to irrevocably switch the threads of fate. You've stolen something from me, Ruoldo. I've come to reclaim it.
And how, may I ask, do you intend to do that? Only Tavris and myself know how the ritual works. Certainly he's the only one who can perform it, and it just so happens that we don't feel much inclined to cooperate.
Hey, Psyker, return to my body at once, and I'll grant you an easy death. But why? Why would I negotiate with a corpse to be? You are the past, and the governor and I are bound for the future. You're really, really not going to like that future, old man. The ones beyond the door already send their regards. They say they can't wait to meet you and this little king of yours. Ah, the deathly light of Thessertium. It's all around him, permeating his soul, melding into his color, his essence. Bless you. Your conspiracy almost entertained me. Fine, I suppose. I'll add this victory to my list of accomplishments. But the rumors were true. I'll remember that arrogant tone when I'm the one flaunting your exploits in your body. One of your great past deeds has traveled the entire Coronis expanse and far beyond. Lungent Roldo. Courtfool snaps his finger at the guards ready their weapons. An intense silence that follows every sound, every movement can be clearly heard. And then, the metal of the cages emits a piteous creak as Solomon slams his entire weight against the bars. Ooh! Get him, Dread! Get him, Glyto! I feel like a crack grenade. Yeah, that's... Yo, he just ripped that shit from the hinges! Am I back in my body? You struggle to open your eyes after the world has once again taken shape. You realize you're staring at your own palms from your own eye sockets. You move a hand and each muscle responds gratefully, filling with warmth. The others watch you with a mixture of hope and dismay. Maeve, the real Maeve, looks at you through watering eyes. Myself again. It was so... She lacks the strength for anything more, and her body collapses to the ground. Well done, Solomon. How'd you know that would work? I didn't. But the heretics were so obsessed with this lump of stone, I figured their sorcery would be ruined without it.
Why did you not get out of the cage earlier? You could have. I doubt it. Loosening the cage's fastenings without being noticed proved to be quite difficult. Besides, without you and Glyto there, the outcome would have been too unpredictable, and I had no room for error. But there was one thing I knew for sure. Glyto's implants and mine were exchanging data logs, which meant you were alive, so I waited. Any last words?
Let's go with an old Thessarian proverb. Do not feed the horse you cannot outrun.
I've heard plenty of nonsense spoken by convicts, but that drivel wins first place.
I mean, no. It's a good advice.
Governor Ruoldo, for the crimes of stealing my body from me, practicing heresy, and all-round monstrousness, you're hereby sentenced to death. Attack!
They just want starved horses. No. I don't think anyone can outrun a horse. It's not about, like, starving the horses. It's about not helping somebody that you don't know if you can beat. How dare you order anyone around my own palace? Thomas, do it!
Achieve victory.
My lord's destinies are already set in stone. As long as I fucking can't read if he runs away, but okay. It's clearly about animal cruelty. You're right. Dread sickle of the moon, will you grant me one last boon? Shadow whispered, fair and true, death is coming after you!
Voice fuckle. And what the fuck did the guy say? As long as I live, you cannot destroy them. Well, he ran off. So you've got the guards here, and then you've got these stone sentinels. While Tavros is alive, Bluff gains +1 stacks upon the set for each stone sentinel in combat. Okay. Less damage suffered, more damage dealt, more hit chance, and more movement. Where's Tavros? Oh, he's right there. Okay, well that's an easy that's an easy problem to solve. Spawn of the highest favor. I guess that's what's been happening to them. There's Tadua. And there's Lucra. He's got a dope-ass mace. And he's got a great sword. At gunpoint from Bluff. The last creature that dealt damage to Bluff, the Stone Sentinel's attack becomes Bluff's priority. If that target is unconscious, the random enemy becomes his priority target. Okay, so Buff. So are these guys indestructible? Oh no, they're just immune to mental damage, right?
This way.
Okay, so he's a biomancer. Likely a diviner as well.
Heretics be damned.
Taking a lot of damage. Losing Malachi's gonna suck. Losing a deer would suck even more, though. Fuck!
Great, Joe.
I can do that with the right incentive.
I fucked up.
My, it's time for them to run, my sweet.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. Do not dare ask.
Right, because I already spent it. Shit.
If I may.
Okay.
Purpose guides me.
Okay. So, let's try and take some of these bastards out. Cannot charge, and okay, yeah, sure, I can work with that.
Purpose guides
Just keep hitting him. Not dead. Shit. Oh man, I forgot to turn off cautious approach. Fine, whatever.
I can't stand it.
Whoa! Okay, yeah, no, fuck it. Like, this fight went awful from start to finish. We lost half the fucking... We lost a... Not half, but we lost a big player, like, right off rip. Okay. Okay. Oh, forgot to move him again.
But of course,
Did I hit him? No line of sight. Okay. Okay, she can see him from there. Can she shoot him? Yes. I'm also gonna mark you and you. Fuck off! Seriously, fuck you. Fuck you, that should have hit. God damn it, dude. God fucking damn it, man. Really, 83% chance to miss, and so I get to miss out on fucking 3 shots against the guy because you decided not to fucking hit him. God damn it. Why can't I order glide to... Oh, he's immobilized. Oh shit, I reloaded instead of... Fuck. Okay, Idira, you get to go again. Cool. Shit. I'm gonna give Iliad finest hour. Don't fucking miss again. There you go. Problem solved.
I hate it when someone breaks my playthings, you know? And so you will pay.
No, because now you've lost your mechanic. Against the legend. Roldo is certainly no match for his chosen opponent. Willpower is reduced by -10. Yeah. That's a nice gun, though. 75% over penetration whenever the wielder scores a crit. +1 AP. Good gun.
This is just too much for me.
Oh shit, she dodged it. There it is.
My house needs me. I can't die.
Give him a little bit of extra. Blinding strike. And what's this? Okay. Our little fool isn't gonna get to play the game. You know, it's almost sad. Almost. Nice. Got a toxin on him. Ow. Why the fuck would you take damage from this? Save the kill. Warp mines. What's this? No? Rear prescience, forewarning, under my protections, voice of command, reveal the light, inspire. Yeah, this should not deal damage to her. That was weird that it was saying that it was gonna.
Stop trying, monkey.
She says it like fucking Ruckus. Monkey. Monkey! Like, there's hatred in her. Oh boy. Learn straight from Frieza. No. Frieza says it different. Frieza goes, monkey! She goes, monkey. She is from the House of Ruckus. That's that shit I like to see. Good job, Elliot. Okay, who's left? These things.
Monkey.
Yeah, that's how Frieza says it. She's not a Ruckus.
Our duty is not over yet, Glato.
That doesn't apply upper hand if if he misses. It's a blue horse, so it's not going to split. Turn off cautious approach. I always forget. You guys really don't understand just how much somebody will fuck you up for, you know, messing with their dog. Not that you'll get the chance to find out.
Ruin beckons.
Got them all down. And put that there.
Look out.
500 damage is crazy, bro.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see our guest is too alive. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start the gutting. Start the fun.
Cease your inane mutterings. You may open your mouth when you're asked a question, and your answer had better be honest and to the point, or I swear by the Lex I will make you speak, or rather whatever remains of you, after I finish preparing you for the interrogation. And the governor a low stick.
The irony. The last one is always the sweetest.
Any other victims of your ritual?
That survived? No, and I didn't count the dead. The ritual is a complex one to perform, so it took Tavris and me a long time to calibrate it. And you were the one it worked on. To think of all the possibilities that opened up. Using the altar of Jade, I could have worked my way up to a Lord of Terror.
What are you talking about? The very suggestion. You sick degenerate.
As my father used to say, you either come in the sink or you sink in the Thames.
Whatever he was about to say is basically the same thing as that, so we're gonna go with what I said instead. Thesertium. What are its properties?
This wretched little world held nothing worthy of attention save for Thesertium. When I started having dreams about it and about changing bodies, I thought I was going insane. I shared this with my sculptor, the now late Tavrisk. He helped me to understand the essence of the mineral. Experiments and studies followed, mostly carried out by Tavrisk. I don't have his gift, but oh, the things I could do if I were a sorcerer. In the end, he realized that Thesertium was a potent psi focus. After 1,000 cursed attempts and a combination of powers, energies, and sacrificial victims, Tavrisk managed to create his finest sculpture from it, the Altar of Change. A magnificent artifact, a door to eternity. No more limitations imposed on our mortal bodies. No ailments, no injuries. If our flesh is worn, just swap it for new flesh. Don't like your lot in life? Choose from 1,000 others. No longer just a dream, but its most perfect realization. Immortality in stone.
What a monstrously twisted notion of eternity.
What?
Ugh, yes, I know it's not an option. I've got my own life to live out somehow. Why would I want to take on another? What was the point of that whole masquerade with the fake governor?
Well, the governor attracts too much attention, and I wanted my hands to stay untied. So I offered my court fool a fair bargain. He would become me, ruling the planet, living the good life, getting whatever he wanted, while I would be out there, flying toward the stars. We traded faces, clothes, and lives, and because I had gotten the local nobles into the habit of sewing other people's mugs on their heads, the switch went unnoticed. But the switch was only the first part of the deal. Naturally, I didn't mention the second part, the removal of witnesses. If someone is going to turn against you the moment there's a knife at his beloved sister's throat, you can't afford to keep him alive.
I want to talk about your plan. What was your goal here, Rualdo?
Oh, the plan was simple and elegant. Thessera starts underpaying its tithes, the RBT swallow the bait and send their messages here. That's when I spring my trap. I change into the body of the arbitrator or proctor who lands here, pack up the altar, board the RBT's ship, and wave goodbye to this ball of dirt swinging in the void. A rogue trader would have been even better, but Greta's way of spoiling a good game of regicide. Of course, this game involved one key piece, the embodiment of freedom of choice. My magnificent altar. So much accumulated potential from years of experimentation. It's damaged, but it still beckons, waiting to be used. I advise you to keep it safe. Who knows how many thousands of lives it will claim if something happens to it, unleashing all that power.
Did you think your patrons would protect you? You miscalculated. There's only one person their gaze is turned toward. I dedicate this death to them. Damn, he cleaved them for no reason. While his eyes widen with terror, drops of sweat run down his pathetically shaking chin. You could drink his fear and despair like rich wine. He actually would not have sweat ducts because he doesn't have a face. A moment later, blood gushes from the governor's absurdly gaping mouth, gurgling and bubbling as it splashes onto the stone. Far at the back of your mind's velvety darkness, a voice cackles briefly. It is pleased. It is sated. An interesting verdict. I did 107 damage to... Oh, it's because he had the thing, and so he just exploded. An interesting verdict, rogue trader. Nevertheless, the criminal has been punished, and that is all that matters now. Maeve opens her eyes and immediately jumps to her feet at the sight of the bloodied corpse. She clenches her hand to her chest, and her eyes well up. He was not your brother, Maeve. Glad to finally catch a stream. Hey, said Fleck. Welcome. I hope you enjoy. You're right. He was the one who doomed him. Found anything, Solomon? Yes. The data slate with the shipment chronicle that they spent so much time vainly searching for. According to the records, the tithe period is 1 Terran decade, and the quota prescribed is 1,000 cargo units. The governor withheld 100 units from each of the 5 most recent shipments. That means this world has no actual difficulty regularly supplying its tribute. We can consider the matter settled. Deciding what to do with the Thesertium is far more important. It is a resource we cannot afford to ignore. I propose destroying all the Thersertium already mined, as well as its deposits. Allowing an abomination like that to exist is against the Lex. As for assessing the degree of Thessera's corruption and deciding its fate, the law prescribes leaving this to the judgment of the world's owner, that is, the Administratum.
Master Killjoy, a Psi Focus is just a rock without a will of its own. A tool. Like you. So what if some lunatic once used it for their deranged ends? It can just as equally serve a good purpose. Destroy the gold mine? Has the iron-jawed Ashmag lost his mind, Shireen? We've got to start harvesting this wonderful mineral. In the name of the Imperium, obviously.
Such a valuable material, such incredible possibilities. I hereby order Thersertium to be added to the planet's tithe. The Imperium must obtain as much of this marvelous stone as possible. Your orders are clear, Rogue Trader.
Elantark, your desire to understand rather than destroy out of fear does you credit, but take heed. The minds of Monkey are fragile and ill-equipped to withstand something with such a strong connection to the Veil. My Celestial Lord, what am I to do now?
Not a sliver of remorse, just fear for her own skin. Do not be swayed by a criminal's tears. I've seen plenty of those, and they are worth nothing. Or should I say, not worth more than a bullet. What can you do?
I can brew recaf. I can do sweet with a foam of cream, or strong with special spices. I can dance, sing, carry scrolls and data slates.
Servitorize her is crazy. Thessera needs a new governor, one we can trust.
Please, not me. Anyone but me. Who would listen to a court upstart who used to be a chamber pot maid?
Relax. You'll serve whatever governor I appoint from among the people whose loyalty I can trust, and you will report their every movement to me.
As you wish, my Celestial Lord.
Then Thessera's fate is decided. There's no point in staying here any longer. The heretic mentioned that destroying the altar would risk deaths among the local population. Whether he was lying or trying to manipulate us is irrelevant. The abomination must be destroyed. As for any casualties, the Emperor will know his own. As you approach the damaged altar, you feel an unpleasant weakness. You hear a faint ringing in your ears, as if the smooth surface of the stone is groaning from the wounds it has suffered. This thing no longer poses a threat. Let it stay here. As you lean over the shards, the ringing in your ears intensifies for a moment. A quiet voice promises you strength and power, asks you to save it from oblivion, and you graciously fulfill its request. Once the largest of the shards is in your hand, falls silent, pacified.
Lord Captain, do you read? The shuttle pilot reported the rescue operation. Enforcers are on their way. What is your status? Are you alive? Come in.
I'm alive, Vigdis, prepared to depart.
Copy, Lord Captain.
A moment of ringing silence, and then 1,000 shards pierce your mind. A familiar voice coils around your thoughts, drowning them out. Are you leaving without even conversing with me, child? Without even asking yourself how such a vivid soul managed to remain intact after wandering in the darkness's embrace and donning another's guise? Such rare luck for a mortal. Yes, Malachi, this luck is named the Edge of Daybreak. Had it not been for my sleepless gaze, your mind would have long since joined the mournful host of those who are no more.
Oh, shut the fuck up. The Emperor would do it. The Emperor would do it too, and I would have been stronger as the girl. I would have had some of my own strength if the Emperor had done it. You a bitch.
It was I who kept it whole and unharmed, for I could not allow such a radiant destiny to fall to some absurdity. But at times I do wonder, is it worthy of my protection? My gratitude will not be long in coming, Master. Soon. Very soon, child. You are not yet able to fathom the grand design of the Weaver of Destinies, but you may already relish this taste of power, of triumph, of true freedom, child. You feel a sharp pain, and a trickle of blood runs down your chin. Absorbed in the sudden cascade of images, you did not notice yourself biting your lip. Your patron has departed your mind. Was this? Overexerted and head trauma.
Head trauma sounds about right.
I think we'll get this one. Wait, this is agility and willpower. That's not that useful for me. Crit chance with axes, hammers, and las weapons. I'm not really using any of those. I don't apply bleeding. I should get this for Argenta. If she gets a heavy bolter. Oh, shit. I didn't have dueling mastery this whole time? I'm dumb as fucking bricks. Psycha Terminus. Not Extremis yet, but definitely Terminus. Oh, shit, you got two things. Oh, yeah. That's good. Oh, that's good. Yeah. I'll increase her tech use so she can better replace Pascal. Allies in a 2-cell radius around the side massive have their reload cost reduced. Eh. We'll take this one. Extra 5 to the key characteristics. Sure. Reduce enemy damage unless there's something else here that I might want. Actually, more parry is good. Because he can parry with his gun. And you. Sure, I'll take this one. The shards of the monstrous structure emit a barely perceptible ringing sound, or is it the whispers of otherworldly voices telling of change? Oh, that's a cool looking mask. Alright, looting time. Regular old Biomancer staff. That's disappointing. Heavy Maul, regular greatsword. Really? The wielder has a shield equipped whenever they hit the target with this maul. They immediately make a shield bash against that target. If it hits, the target must pass or become stunned. I guess that's okay. And that's just a regular greatsword? Really? And that's a regular shield?
Man, I gotta say, the loot in these fights has been disappointing almost every single time. Like, literally, almost every single time that we get loot in a fight, it's disappointing as fuck. Also, the Starblight. I'm switching this for the Starblight. Yeah. Apply those debuffs. No saving throw, just boom. Some more loot around here. Says there's stuff to pick up there and there. Clear lines of the heretical symbols elicit a vague desire to touch them. Circles have been scrawled all over whole stacks of scrolls. Each circle resembles the one daubed on the floor, but none replicates it exactly. Here for the mustache. Hiya! Mustache. Right here. It is a nice mustache. I am quite proud of it. Mostly because I've grown it myself with no use of any added products. Which is probably why it's so shitty. All right, let's look at ordering some stuff. Was Carnage always one-handed? I was pretty sure it was a two-handed weapon at a point. Let's level up everybody else. Yeah, just 6% extra armor. Yeah, definitely gonna go for that one. Grab that. And the finale, the final one. He's already Terminus, but he can't be Extremis yet. Got a few levels to go yet. Sure, let's get him destined. So we're level 31. Good stuff. Anything we could talk about with Solomon?
Rogue trader.
No. Well, noticing the time, it is getting quite late, and it is a gym day for me today. So, what we are going to do now is we're going to drop you guys off with somebody else, and I'm going to go to the gym. So, to everybody who still has not followed, make sure to follow now, because stream's about to end. Make sure to follow whoever, you know, we're going to stream, or, you know, just stick around. Just stick around, give them the view, let them have that little bit of assistance in the thing. And I specifically want to raid Kitsuneru today because of something that she's talking about that I think was very shitty of companies. So I want to go and support her. So that's what we are going to be doing. Appreciate the follow. Welcome to the hill. But let's raid Kitsu, and I'll see all of you dudes next time. Appreciate that. Any more? No. Okay. So, one more. Can I get 4? Can we get 4? Before I leave? No? Going once? Twice? Thrice? No. Alright. So, with all that being said, I'll see you guys next time. Have a good one.